Okay, hello! Oh my goodness. So we're starting a little bit later than usual today because if you were here for Monday, there were a lot of technical difficulties and I'm trying to avoid screaming, panic screaming, setting everything up. Hopefully everything is clean. You can see my new PNG tuber over there on the right, and you can see my cursor. Now, on right here, right where my cursor is, I will be saying which artwork I am working on. I am going to be working on Margot's first, but I'm going to be like cycling through them because not all of them can I like progress to finish. Also, that would be crazy to do in one stream. But all of them have notes that I need to apply, and I don't think I'm getting like super far. So once I get to a checkpoint, I'm going to switch. So I will tell you a little bit about what I'm working on though. So how am I going to do this real quick? This is what I was working on off stream. I kept it open because I didn't save it. Clearly, I've had like a history of not saving my artwork. So, see, this is what I did last stream. I did not end up working on it after stream. I took a really long break. We save. Okay. This is not the one I'm working on first. This is the one I'm working on. So we're working on the characters. Why can I only remember one of the names right now? Hold on. Oh, Teo and Emmanuel. Had to recollect it there. So Teo is the one that's kind of like angy. And then Emmanuel is the one who's a little bit more forward, let's say, more flirty. We're working with an enemies to lovers trope here. So we're actually doing a scene. I gave 3 different options. So we've got option 1, option 2. They're all bald with no clothes for a reason. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Mod. I can adjust. Yeah, if there's ever a problem with the audio, you let me know. I will adjust it. Yes, they're bald with no clothes yet because I wasn't sure which pose we we're going for, so I'm not gonna like finish it and then realize, oh, we're not going with that. Well, my client didn't have to wait that long for an update, you know? So there's number 2 and number 3. I'm going to have to go look at everybody's notes to make sure I'm not missing stuff. So forgive me as I like grab the notes to see what everybody said, because do I remember on the top of my head? No. I understand what they're saying at the time. But then when I start working on it, I'm like, what? Alright, let me make notes for us here so you can see. It's like we're co-workers right now. Look at that. I'm gonna do it in red. Wait, is red intimidating? Maybe let's do it in pink. It's romance, you know? I hope everybody had a nice Lunar New Year and Valentine. Alright, ooh, I can explain my thinking for all of them as well. So for number 1, I was thinking almost like, Teo, he's gonna get up and he's gonna turn around and be like, hey yo, what are you what are you bothering me about, you know? So his pose is a little bit like mid-action, like he's about to do something, versus Emmanuel, who's very relaxed, and he's like, it's chill, you know? I'm so calm. But he has his hand here, like he's opening his jacket to be like, kind of like he's more open, versus Teo is closed off because he's facing away. Have you ever heard of that theory, like physical or body language theory? Not really a theory, I think it's proven. If you like someone, you tend to put your shoulders facing them, or you're gonna look at them, right? You're gonna keep them so it's easy for you to like face them, basically. So this was one option. Number 2, he's closed off still because he's crossing his arms. But there's also another thing that I played with is the eye line. So he's like the dominant character, like he's making a move. He's literally making the move here. So he's above, but I wanted to make it a little bit less like jarring. Like he's always going to be lower because he's leaning, but I wanted to make it a little bit less like intense. So I leaned him back a little bit more so it's not so uncomfortable. I actually really like this pose, to because he's like really relaxed, but they're still like, it looks like they would have a conversation with each other. Hi, you know? And then we had number 3, where I played with the eye line and also him facing away. Also, he's not on a motorcycle, and I was not about to try and draw that for this sketch. I was like, no, let's figure out the pose, and then I'll suffer through that later. I actually got like I think I traced an image of it, because like, listen, it's not like a thing to my ego if I can't draw a motorcycle, okay? Like, it's a motorcycle. But this one, it was almost like he's like pestering a little bit, but their eye line is a little bit closer, and he's still like about to turn. That kind of vibe. Also, this purple here, it's going to be a snowier scene. So I'm playing with the composition. So snow will be over here to emphasize the silhouette. And snow will go this way to like direct the eye. Like the flow of the image, basically. Alright, now I can explain. Aw, man. Is the music good now? You tell me, Mr. Mod. I'm like trying to find the happy medium. Ooh. Good work now. Yes. See, I'm telling you, there's so many things. Behind the scenes, when you start a stream, there's actually so many things to check on. It's kind of scary. As soon as you press live, you're like, oh my god, there's like 10 things that I still have to do. I don't understand how that's possible. Alright. Alright. I always give my clients the option to mix and match. So number 2 is the one that we're going for. However, we're going to make this character, Emmanuel over here, he's going to be leaning in, like leaning more this way, which will also kind of lower that eye line so it's a little bit less, like they're more on even ground kind of thing. So we're taking kind of this pose, kind of. And this one, we do like the open jacket, I believe. So we can mix the pose. I clearly, you can tell which one is like option 1, which one's option 3, because you can tell that I get tired by 3. And I'm like, listen, if you pick the pose, I will make it look good, but like I'm tired. So I just want to explain it as fast as I can at this point. And then the other ones, I'm like, I promise. Like this one and this one, they kind of share this face, so I didn't have to draw as much. Hey, work smart, not hard, you know what I'm saying? Anyway. This one, his pose is not that clearly done. So we're gonna have to play around with this. Let's see, let me cut pieces out. How should I do this? I think I'll duplicate this one. And I will keep these guys as backup. Because you never know, things go wrong sometimes. As we have established. Me and not saving, it's crazy. With clients' works though, 99% of the time I save, so I don't know how this happened. Only my personal. Okay, we don't need the 2. Get out of here. Who's getting evicted? You're getting evicted, kind of. Sorry, bro. It's a solo scene now. Actually, it kind of looks cool like that. However, we're gonna take number 3. Did I just confuse myself? I did. Here we go. I don't know how I'm gonna do this exactly. Because he's not that well done. Well done, like a steak. I think I'll take him as like a reference point. And then like afterwards, I can get rid of this. Because he is not... He's not my dream man right now. Dream man as in me being able to draw a man, you know? This might be too close though. This is like a very forward. But then there is like a point of like, they're not literally touching each other, but there's a point of contact as like their silhouettes are touching each other. It gives this like vibe of closeness. question? Okay. I want to take the previous pose of the hand being on the jacket and then also have him lean forward. But I think his face needs to change angles because otherwise they're not looking at each other, not really. But then I don't want to change it too far because then you actually can't see. Oh, this is a motorcycle. Yay. I love when clients give me a straight up photo of something I can't draw because I'm like, good. I know what you're talking about because otherwise I don't know. They're here. I'm so paranoid. I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm going to lock it. Log it down. Okay, now we actually see me do something. Great. Fantastic. There you are. I don't like drawing with black. I don't know. Like, sometimes I do. Like, 90% of the time, I don't end up drawing with black. This is... I explained it earlier to somebody, where it's like, realistically, that's not how it works. Where is it? Where, like, obviously, their eye lines are not really touching each other this way. But... for the interest of like us being able to see their face and their expression, then I might change it that way. Storytelling, you know? That kind of thing. Sketches don't really look like their characters just. Which I expect, because the face is the first thing I fixed. Like, he's smirking because he's, like, cocky. I would assume that if you're, like, this confident going up to a guy... Dude, I don't even need to be flirting with a guy and I'd be like, oh my god, I'm approaching somebody. My knees lock. Actually, it happened yesterday. I was like, we were walking out. I don't know. If I was alone, I would have probably screamed and ran. But somebody, because I live in Canada, everybody's really friendly, right? And somebody just asked us, like, hey, how's it going? And I was like, oh my god, it's nighttime. Please, I'm scared. This is a horror film. It's dark outside, man. Very. Alright, I have a feeling I'm gonna have to get, like, a 3D model for this. I'm gonna try to see if the angle works first. Ooh, this is also interesting. It seems like Margot's books have like a word. Like they're connected universe. Like they're a connected universe. Like the books are happening in the same world. So there is definitely a better way to explain that. Drawing and talking is hard. So this character is related to another character, I believe. So I can reference my previous commission that I drew to make them look related. That'll be so cool. I don't know if we're there yet, but once we get there, maybe I'll be able to like show it and be like, look, I drew this thing. Look. Be proud of me. I drew a thing. Literally how it feels posting art online, isn't it? Look, I did this. Dang, happening. To be fair, I didn't really draw today, so we're low-key. I'm loading. Aha! There you go! Margot had the words. See, that's what I need. I need somebody translate. How are you doing, Margot? I just watched Queen Charlotte from Bridgerton again. Good. I felt really bad for... If you haven't watched it, spoilers? Question mark? It's not the main story. I felt really bad for the Queen's man. It's like, oh man! Let the gay guys have their story, please. Why do they have to be separated? Why do this to me? low-key, I'm gonna roast my own art right now. It's reminding me of Animorphs. You remember? I think it's Animorphs. I think we've mentioned this before. The book with the humans turning into animals and their proportions are whack. I'm doing all right. I am doing a-okay. I'll be doing better when I figure out how to draw again. I'm getting there. Surely. It's just a key angle. Okay. He looks so intense. If I give him like a straight face, he looks angry. I just drew it that way. Ah, yeah, see, Animorphs. It was, yeah. No, it's like, it's me trying to figure out what a person looks like or a wolf shifter looks like. Somehow, I am reminded of Animorphs. Not the characters themselves, it's me trying to figure it out, because I always do something to their nose, and it looks like, I think it's the horse one, where their noses are just not connected to their face correctly. Hey, year of the horse, am I right? I actually got bubble tea yesterday, and I was kind of worried that it would be like crowded or something, you know. I think when drawing, humans just be looking weird, man. When you draw something just off, you know that a human looks wrong. Alright, let me see if this angle works for the story, but you know, it might not be right. However, the angle, damn, your head right now. Did what happened, did? Coordination is hard. I am not coordinated. I believe with struggle. See, the point is, we don't want them to look like Animorphs, therefore I'm gonna do my very best. Alright, your eyebrows are very, very intense. I mean, love a guy with intense eyebrows. However, or an angle thing. It's fine. You know what? I'm working really hard on this without zooming out. Do you feel like part of the reason this one was not as polished as the other ones is like the other ones had more exaggerated shoulders? Ah, right. I wanted to try this. I'm not sure if I'm gonna go with it, but I'm gonna try it. Okay, let's pretend he's not wearing clothes. That's. I mean, maybe not that way. Pretend so I can figure out his body. Okay. The angle of his body. No, don't. I played Baldur's Gate for the very first time, and then in the character creation, right, there is an option, which makes sense. They have body tattoos, you know, and other things. You can like hide their clothes, right? And my reaction, because I was not alone when I started playing it, was like, hey man, where are your clothes at? I don't understand why I'm so awkward about it. I literally watched telenovelas as a kid. I don't know. Oh. We are going to have to use a 3D model for this. I already know, but your arm is wrong. It's too short. Perpetually, always drawing the arm. Then we can have like the open jacket feel while also having this kind of angle. The other option was for me to make the side profile like straight up like this, but I don't know what it is, but I really dislike using side profiles in commissions because then like you can't really see, like the clients always give me such nice description of what the characters look like, and then if I do a side profile, we don't really see their face. So like this is the furthest I will push it usually. I try. This was another problem in another commission. I will explain why, because they were kissing. I haven't drawn it kissing in a hot second. Done it. Back in my day. once upon a time. Drew a couple. Okay, I'm gonna figure that out. Originally, I almost made it like his hand is on the motorcycle, but then I thought like if it was me, right? And then I'm talking to this person for the first time. Not even the first time. Like we're not close like that. Don't touch my vehicle, bro. Like this is fighting territory. If you touch my car, like, you know, is that not a thing? So I was like, maybe not. Let's not. Don't. Also, motorcycles are scary. You tap it, falls over. Those things are heavy, apparently. What was his armor originally doing? Okay, we can assume that this one is in his pocket. And we don't see it, because somewhere over here, you know? And we really won't see it. Jacket is over there. Whenever I do this, I draw the jacket with no shirt yet. It looks like, what? Dang, this guy's just out here in a leather jacket, no shirt. The true Canadian experience, bro. That's how I live my life. I'm so lazy. I really don't want to wear a sweater, but I really should wear literally anything more than a t-shirt outside. Oh, okay, well, then he could put his hand on the motorcycle. Then, hey! That does sound complicated. This guy is bold then. He's leaning on his motorcycle, that's not. It's still bold to me. It is. Oh my goodness, today? So we have a freezing rain warning, and I thought, it's not that big a deal. And then, like, they have like a colored warning, right? Like, you know, red is like, stop, don't go outside. And it said, when I was going outside, it was yellow, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try. It's, the ground, I already said it's really dark outside. Imagine it's really dark outside, and everything is ice. I couldn't see the ice, so me and my dogs were just slipping and sliding. And I was like, you know what? I think we're gonna go back home. This is scary. I don't like this. I was tensing up so hard because I was like, dude, one wrong move and my back it's over. It was either I go home or I hurt my back and we don't have a stream today. So, you know, You might not be in the cold weather, but just so you know, this affects you too if you enjoy watching this stream. My weather, it affects you. I promise. It's awful outside, genuinely. The snow is melting incredibly fast, and now everything is ice. And it's scary out there. It's also disgusting out there. Everything's muddy. Bleh. I don't... Alright. It wasn't for this commission, but I literally got my husband to pose similar to this arm. I literally dragged him into my office and was like, stop, I need a pose. Make a pose, man. There's this one time though, the weather was crazy bad and I don't know why. It was like in Toronto. So it was even weirder that they didn't they didn't salt the ice. They didn't salt before the ice happened. And it was also really dark and me and my friend were coming home. And we literally held hands and ice skated home because both of us kept sliding. It's so scary. You'd think the Canadian cities would care, but it might be a thing of like, they're so used to it, they just don't care. It's too cold for crime. Nice. Is. Oh, it's... That makes me wonder, like, you think people are just nicer in Canada because they're just like tired? Like, dude, it was so much energy. And also, if I don't shovel your side, what's gonna happen to the snow? The snow is just gonna... The snow does not discriminate. The snow is just gonna pile onto my side. It's just gonna topple over, so... But if you slip and fall and, you know, get hurt walking on my side, do I get in trouble for that? Better avoid that. So let me just be really nice to my neighbor. Because it's necessary. Out of necessity. I did hear a Reddit story about this. I was watching a channel cover it, and they're like, yeah, I live in Canada, and we all help each other with the ice. Because, like, it's a whole headache. You don't. And it really is. This face, I think this pose works. I think the face goes slightly off, and I'm gonna figure it out. I'ma figure it out. The difference in brush stroke size is funny to me, though. This is like messy sketch over here, and like, wait, this is my brush, and then this is like, I'm trying my best to figure it out now. Ooh! I was actually thinking, like, in hot areas, do you think there's higher crime because they're also, like, angry because it's hot? You ever just, like, frustrated because the temperature is uncomfortable? Like, you know? But that's me in the winter, except I'm too tired to do anything. And also, like, crime would mean I have to leave my house most of the time. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that I need to... that we need to contribute to crime, but... Hello! Yes, of course! Also, this will be on YouTube, so if you are lurking and then you can't catch the parts where I'm working on yours, it'll be there. There'll be a record. Which is great when things go terribly wrong and I forget to save things, but it's awful when I do something embarrassing. Yes, I could cut it out, however. And we've already established I'm way too lazy to do that. My last stream. That was my last stream. Yay, you can find me! Woohoo! Also, I hope the writing goes well. I also hope this drawing goes well. A drawing session goes well, I mean. You never know. You never know. I do a little bit of surgery. They're so bald. You realize how much is like really given from hair. Honestly, I understand that just like doing my own hair. If I don't do my hair, the outfit is not complete. And then I do my hair and I'm like, oh, actually, this doesn't look that bad. The hair, the power of hair. Like a riding jacket. Fun fact, I had to do, I think it was my second year of fashion school. I actually had to sew leather. And they randomized the leather. Can I tell you, they gave me the ugliest green jacket fabric to work with. Leather to work with. I don't know where that jacket is anymore. But it was very similar in shape to this jacket. Someone out there might be in possession of a really crazy green jacket. I think I need to model this. Does this? I'm gonna get my own model, but it's a woman. A woman! So I don't know if it's gonna translate. If the character's leaning this way. How high can you move your leg? I guess you could. You ever look at like Pilates moves or like yoga moves and you see them moving their knee really high up and you finally get a glance of how weird hips work? Like on this brain. Sometimes I'll be watching like videos and they're like crazy flexible. Like how is it your joint? Well, I guess we have the Olympics. I guess we could look at figure skating. Hey, human bodies. Mine is also, but like, it's not gonna be able to do that. It's doing so many things silently, though. Did you know? I've heard this somewhere. I don't know if this is a factual. But like, apparently the digesting process is actually supposed to be really uncomfortable. Like if you were actually able to feel it, it would be really painful. But we're built to not feel it, so just doing the silent process, keeping us alive. Trippy. I'm using the woman model just to understand how the joint works. But it's like an illusion. Men's torso always looks. And I either overdo it or under. Aw, man, we're gonna have to get a 3D model out. I tried. Alright. Don't really know what to call this type of pose. Or what they would call it, rather. Read a book. Read that. You read that book. Yeah, good for you. We're working on author commissions, therefore... not expect that outcome. Sure, I don't... disturbing at the time. When I said I didn't need the arm, I didn't mean... put it somewhere. What the heck? An uncomfortable fun fact. Yes, that is... I agree. Rather... it's like comfortable because we're not uncomfortable. But it's uncomfortable knowing this. I hear so many of these weird facts. Like your brain is always controlling how much you can like bite, how hard you can bite down. Because you could potentially break your own teeth. If you wanted to. If you had the ability to override your instincts. One really funny one that I heard, like actually funny, because the way that this person explained it was hilarious, was if you were trying to like hold your breath, your brain would just like hit the emergency button and stop you and be like, look at this fool trying to suffocate themselves. I'ma take over now. That crazy kid. Lunatic. Let me just breathe for you now. So you cannot hold your breath and just cease to exist. You will just pass out because your brain is smart. Bones are wet, yeah. Are they like spongy as well? As soon as you say like, try not to think about it, now you're going to think about it. Ooh. A predicament. See, this hip not moving nonsense is what freaks me. I'm like, no, but that's actually how it works. It's weird. But like 3D models do things that should not be done, you know? Like put their hands into their thighs. But some of the things, I'm like, no, that's really how it works. Weird. Oh, could you select? What I'm establishing here is like, I don't think I necessarily drew it wrong, actually, but I never thought about how weird it looks. Hey, now, you can't do that. Whoa, you need to calm down. That is some crazy dance moves you got going on. I don't think this is helping. I'm gonna be so for real. I don't think it's helping us. They left us to our own devices. Okay, well, at least I can see the proportions. Chest be up here. Here. We have a shirt here, therefore... This hip action is wild to me. We're just gonna... Surely. This angle, would you be able to see butt or no? The question I always have. I just don't say it out loud. If you're ever wondering, always thinking about, is there butt or no butt? While I'm drawing this, just feel like you should be reminded, men's jeans? Great. Love men's jeans. Prefer them, actually. Women's jeans? Why don't we have pockets that are deep? No, exactly. I was actually thinking earlier too, that, like, think about men's skinny jeans. It just... Sometimes it just doesn't look correct. It just, like, distorts the visual perception. I don't even know how to explain. Like, let's say, like, somebody's muscular, a man who's muscular is wearing very tight, skinny jeans. And it's like, that just doesn't look comfortable, and also, it just looks oddly strange silhouette-wise. I'm not trying to knock anybody's choice to wear skinny jeans. However, also, I am kind of, just because, like, why are you hurting yourself? It's cutting off circulation. So uncomfortable. I'm assuming, like, I'm imagining Emmanuel here is either wearing, like, I don't think they're called boot cut jeans. Just straight cut jeans, you know, like just normal fitted, slim fit jeans that are not crazy tight. However, if your butt doesn't look good in jeans, they're probably not the right jeans. Because I used to sell jeans. This was a test. It was 90% of the time, it was a girl who would turn around and ask another girl, hey, does this look good? And then we'd be like, well, your butt looks great. It's fine. You can't just say that to anybody. Be careful. Don't go up to random people telling them their butt looks good in their jeans. It's just weird. Yeah, boot cut. Is it also called boot cut for men's jeans? Or is it just a women's cut style? I mean, you can wear women's jeans. I used to go to school with people who did. See? Yeah. So he would be wearing well-fitted jeans on his butt. This is important. We need to be doing this. Actually, I will use a 3D model strictly for this one. What is this? Are we doing the chicken dance again? What is this? What is this? What is this, man? Hey, man. Hey. That doesn't look comfortable in this light. You look as uncomfortable as some skinny jeans. I personally don't think no, I do own some skinny jeans, but they're like ripped at the knee. Rocker chic, you know? I think it's a very, like... What year was it popular to have skinny jeans? They are making a comeback, though. You know? Because... fashion be a pendulum and all that. Yeah, I was thinking slim fit. Slim taper sounds like they like taper at the bottom, but like they just be coming up with names. Honestly, I studied fashion. I worked in fashion. I can tell you, they're just coming up with stuff. They really are. Don't be deceived, everyone. Just wear what looks good. Yes, they do not cut off circulation. I am definitely the type to be wearing a skirt. If I'm going that far, I'm like, no, I'm wearing a mini skirt. We were talking about this my last stream. What's it called? The fleece lined leggings. They're not faux. Are you a faux fur? They like look like stockings. Or fleece lined tights, right? So they look skin colored as if you're wearing tights, but they're fleece lined, so you can wear them in the winter. So now you can still look cute. Thank goodness. They needed to come up with this answer like forever. Maybe they did. But now I can actually wear a dress to Christmas without crying. Run to the car in heels. Oh, no, absolutely. In ice? Ice and heels? Listen. Wait, does Elsa wear heels? Frozen. I was just thinking, ice and heels, they don't mix. And I was like, do they though? I bet the fit is fire. Ironically, which would melt ice. What am I talking about? What are we doing here? Alright. Stop that. In my personal artwork, I did draw somebody holding their jacket, so I argue. Oh, the hand. Ooh. I like pants, but I don't know how much I like pants. Like, if I was to be picking between like a cute skirt and a tights. Okay, but only Elsa can wear ice heels. This is the rule now. Because everyone else, we slip in. But you know what's like a hard rule for everyone? None of us should be wearing stiletto heels on grass. That's disgusting. It's awful. There's no way you can look glamorous wearing heels on grass. You're just sinking into the mud. Oh, I'm so sorry to give you this memory. For my prom, I wore relatively short heels, but they were still skinny. And we had like, it's not cobblestone, but like, you know, brick floor. And somehow my heel got stuck in the crack of the brick. And I was like, this is, you gotta be kidding. This is, I can't. Great. But I did work with quite a few people who wore heels every day, and it was very impressive. Genuinely don't know how they operated. Not because like, hey man, wear whatever works for you. You look great. However, Bean, y'all have some crazy strong legs. Super strong. Teen rom-com crud. It is. I had some guy friends have to pull me out, actually, I think. I think we were on our way to like take a group photo or something, and I was like, y'all. So such like bro. I feel like in high school there's a lot of girls who talk very bro. And I was definitely one. I had a lot of guy friends being a gamer. A lot of girlfriends too. I just very balanced, you know. But bro, come back. I'm stuck. I'm stuck, bro. Help me out. Pull me out. Oh no. Yeah, this information needs to be known. We need to know. Also, wooden planks. Like if you're on like a wooden porch situation or wooden terrace. I don't even know where we were. When there was grass, there was brick, and there was also, you know, wood. I got stuck many a time. Now I am a very big supporter of chunky heel boots. But I also have really bad balance, so that should also tell you why that's. And why I should not go outside right now, because it's icy. I have bad balance. It's so over. I've been working on it lately. I can only balance on one side. I'm doing that exercise where you balance on like the ball of your foot, the front. Oof, it's tricky. Hiya! Wow, that was very high pitched. Excited. Okay, I think that looks like a. Oh. No! They should tell you! No! Oh, it's so cold. No. I'm just reliving it. Also, I hate the fact when it's cold, like, I could have the cutest outfit, like for Valentine's, for example. This year's Valentine's wasn't so bad. But, like, it's a cute outfit with, like, you know, shorter dress because it's Valentine's, whatever. And like now you have to put on a jacket. It's like wearing a jacket over your Halloween costume. In Vermont? No. What's wrong with these people? Goodness gracious. Okay. I'm sure they've learned their lesson seeing all people wearing heels slipping, sliding. thinking. But it's kind of too late to learn the lesson though, right? Like, what are you gonna do now? Now that you know this information, what are you gonna do now? Do another wedding? With permission? Yes, you can, in fact, wear, what's it called? The attachment to your shoes for, like, walking through ice? You can wear those to the wedding. And, in fact, wear snowshoes. It's encouraged, actually. I had a spring wedding? Spring? Borderline summer? Winter is the one time I did not think, like, well, I don't like winter, so that's obvious. I don't know, some brides are living their Elsa dreams. Yeah, that's disgusting. If I'm gonna have to be out there in the cold for a really long time, start investing in snow pants. Anybody still owe snow pants? I went to Winners and I saw that they were selling snow pants and I was like, wait a second. I haven't owned snow pants in a really long time. Huh? When did I stop owning these? When recess stopped? I no longer have recess, therefore no snow pants? Maybe we should continue wearing snow pants? I don't know. This is definitely not the right type of collar. I just clock that. What? When recess stopped. Yes, a long time ago. I like live near a school and then I'll hear the bell for it and I'll hear kids playing. But I'll like walk near their like schoolyard because like the dogs like to go there on off days on the weekend. And then I completely forget that it's a thing that recess like. And then I'm like, oh yeah, we can't go there because you know the little people, the little humans, they're there. It was too tall of a collar. I knew it. I was giving him a shirt collar. Ah, I'm too cool for collars. And get down. One of you is not the other. Alright. It's like relatively form-fitting, right? Not super tight, but people shopping. Calm down. I'm not trying to buy. We've already established this winter. I don't. Where am I gonna be wearing this? I can't. I already have a really fluffy winter jacket. There is a point in winter you can wear a riding jacket. We're not there yet. We were there on Valentine's and then it disappeared. Wait, this is. That's. This is an illusion to make you look matched. I would assume that if about how you get the option. In this modern day, the men won't be wearing the corsets maybe, but say anything against seam lines. Okay, I'm doing a lot right now for his outfit, but we probably should really fix it. he's not like that far off. It's just a little bit angle. We would be able to see this part. I have been drawing this specific face angle a lot lately. I don't know what it is, like masochism? Like, it's such a difficult angle, and we have seen that because of the freerun trend, that anime trend where all of us are drawing the same. And for some reason, I was like, yeah, that's my angle. I'm gonna draw it for all of 2026. What is happening? Why would we do that? I'm gonna go get the Asaro head. Asaro, back. This is what I use whenever I stroke. But it's gonna look kinda... It's like... It works, it's just really dramatic. I always find that I exaggerate a little bit too. I'm learning lately. Correct. Is it 1 or is it 2? Is it 3 or is it 4? Oh my god, I recently calibrated the text on my computer. And it felt like I was at the optometrist. They were like, this one? Or this one? Or this one? Or this one? Ooh. It's, yeah, partially. I think so. Because I draw a lot of couples looking at each other. But like, they could just be like, level. But for whatever reason, I'm like, no, I'm gonna tilt them specifically. Like, not only like 3/4, but I'm also gonna tilt their face up slightly. Like, even both of them technically have the same kind of. He's just a little bit more. If I was to rotate his head, he's like a little bit more this way. But like this part here is the part where I'm like, what is going on? It's like when you learn a trick and you're like, oh, I know a trick. I'm gonna use this. I'm just gonna keep using it. I'm like looking at the previous artwork above my PNG tuber and I'm like, they don't have it, do they? They don't. They really don't. So this is a... Ah, you have it. One of you. I don't know. As long as it looks good, that's all that matters. Okay, we got our Sorrow head. He's there. Here, buddy. He just looks insane. Let's see how far. It's like testing my math homework. Alright, let's see. Except, the exception is, when I do math homework, I'm like scared. I'm scared to be wrong. With this, I'm intrigued by how I'm wrong, which is probably a sign I'm in the right career. With math, I'm like, please don't tell me I'm wrong, I don't want to know. Just let me be wrong, actually. I don't want to know where I'm wrong. Just pass me. I don't want to touch it ever again. Just give me a calculator and send me on my way, please. I'm scared. I don't know if I had a really mean math teacher or what, but it was crying over math homework. Maybe this is a universal art thing. I think some artists are really bad at math and really good at arts. Subtle brag. Better at arts, understanding arts. And so it just naturally has to be that way. Okay, Clearly, we'll be able to see more of his underside of his nose. And like this part of his face. And underside of the lip. Some of this stuff I like memorize, other stuff I'm... Right here. Here? Ooh. Until it's loading right. Sometimes I straight up just copy it, and then I fix it after. I'm like, what? What? Oh, that would make sense. If you're looking like more downward, the eyebrow kind of like would cover more of this part of your eye, right? Or eyelid. Above eyelid. Above eye area. We always talk about under eye, but how about the above eye, huh? So then I guess if you're looking this way, we're looking below, we would be able to see more of that area, in theory. This is the only time... No, I lied. It's not the only time I'm nerdy. This and games, you know? I'm really... Ooh, no, mythology. Mythology's the other time. Somebody is telling me about some, like, mythos. I'm just like, tell me more. Alright. I believe the angles right now. Now we actually have to make it look like the character. Why is Mr. Asaro so angry looking? I always draw the line out for like future me, but then when I paint it, actually this line doesn't have to fully be drawn in, it's shadow. Lines don't exist in real life. Shocker. Forget all the time. They're not real. The lines aren't real. Alright, I'm going to double check appearance. Now is the time. Now is the time. You ever just like look at an empty tab and just get what you're doing there? Me walking into a room. Why am I here? I don't remember. Why did I come here? Walks back. Oh yeah! The environment change. I don't know. I feel like a sim in like Sims 4 has just been told. Stop your action, you know? Okay. Ahem. I've got the face. Now let's make it actually look like her. Whoop! The right face. First things first, I was correct in remembering eyebrows. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this one. I don't know how I'm gonna draw on top of it. Not pick up. More of a longer face. I typically give, like, by default, the character's kind of like a more round face. Face proportions really happen. You draw what you know. I did just, like, say all that stuff about the eyebrow, but imagine if you could do your brows like that, just like, whoop, select, be gone. Maybe this is not the greatest print. Oh. I feel like it's a pretty almost. This man has a face built for glasses. No, not me. This is a privilege. If you have a bigger nose and you're listening to this right now, just know that if you have a bigger nose, it's easier for you to wear glasses, and you should feel very privileged. Also, big noses are pretty too. Like more of a this kind of chin, wider chin, not like long. How do I describe this face shape? Let's say it is like the not oblong, is it? Slightly more stretched. Cheekbones up. Risky movements. I don't know why it's risky, because I can undo it. It always feels risky. Alright. And then we move on to Teo, which isn't great. Wait, he needs hair. Hold on, sorry. I'm sorry. Really important. You can't just leave him. Insanity. Why would we do that? That's mean. He's lived his no hair life long enough. I'm feeling most of this is like this is the part that always trips me up. But if it's not an upturned nose and I turn this way. Then angles. angles. Oh, oh, sir. Boop, boop. True Canadian apologizes to the characters. I think probably when I paint it, it'll make more. Like at this stage, it's like I kind of understand based on the lines, but when I paint, it's easier for me. Like, oh, that's wrong. Shadow telling me. The shadow is speaking to me. The shadow has words. The shadow says you should probably buy that pint of ice cream and take some lactate. From the shadows. Ooh. Telling you to do bad things. I just fully was like, nah, you don't deserve a top lip anymore. Just bye. Yeah, Peter Pan style. I'd be chasing that guy. That is actually really, that has always disturbed me. That scene in Disney where he sews his shadow to his feet. Dude, what is going on, man? I think you need to get off, like get off Neverland. Actually, it's a drug. You need to get out of there and please go to a doctor. Please, I'm begging you, Peter. Petey, my boy, we can't be doing this. There's like so much fantasy, like reimaginings. And one that I like, so Lies of P came out, and then that one is like Pinocchio. And didn't Pinocchio also have like a Disney movie and a Guillermo del Toro version as well? And I was like, dang, they're really going for Pinocchio here. Peter Pan, it's been a while. I can believe it's like Alice in Wonderland. That dang, everyone was on opium, huh? Oh, hey kids, don't do drugs. Can't tell the adults, but the kids, please. Finish school, maybe. I was thinking of when did it come out? It's like a live action Peter Pan. The kid's blonde. Don't remember. I swear it's just called Peter Pan. I loved that movie when I was a kid though. Back when I watched things on DVD. Today's kids, they can just pull up Disney Plus. And I had the binder with like DVDs that I could choose from. Peter Pan was one that I chose a lot. It's so good. I'm still kind of confused by the what's it called? It's not called a thumbtack. What's happening? Thistle? The thing we use when we're sewing that I owned and I never used? What is that called? I really don't remember what it was called. Thimble! Why am I thinking of thistle? See, I was so close. I was so far. Listen, that's how you know some sewers, we ain't using thimbles. I had them. I was just like, this is more annoying. Let me just prick my finger. This is irritating. Oh, they did do a live action Peter Pan. See, that's how you, like, quite recently, like in 2023, 2024 or something. And that's how you know that it was bad, because I don't even remember it. Like, that's they failed. They did not pass. Ooh. Maybe it's nostalgia, because I also really enjoyed Halloween Town. and I had somebody younger than me watch it now as an adult, and then she was like, I'm so sorry, girl, that was bad. And I was like, you know what, I believe it. I'm sure it's actually but nostalgia. Also, I didn't like, this is maybe a hot take, I don't know, I didn't like the movie She's the Man, but because I watched it. No, not She's the Man. She's All That. Why am I thinking She's a Man? I did like She's the Man. What the heck's going on? She's All That. They made like a 2000s version of She's All That. But somebody got very offended when I said that, and I was like, listen, I didn't watch it as a teenager, and I'm watching it as a full-grown adult now. At least I think I'm full-grown. I don't think I'm getting taller. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the hair. The hair reference. Make music. Are we doing half up, half down? Or is it all up? Or is it all down? Oh, for now. He's a man with locks, long hair. Oh. He may also be one of those guys. One of us that always does half up, half down. That's my go-to. I think it would be nice to be able to show his here, but also this part. I'm like really looking for my words right now. That's how you know I'm locked in. I'm in drawing mode because I'm like, what? This is why I need authors in the chat, because I'm not. Y'all know the words. I don't know words. They're gone. They've escaped. They're taking a break. They're on vacation. Today is my Monday, so. I also have some guy friends with long hair. They would do curly. I did it kind of like straight, not straight, wavy. But I will curl it. I will curl it. Trying to figure out the direction. Also, I think it's kind of cute. Concept of a scrunchie. Also, is he wearing, like, what type of scrunchies? Is he informed, and is he wearing silk scrunchies? Take care of your hair, Emmanuel, please. It's necessary. Curly hair breakage ain't no joke. I would know. With me in my ponytail, as it's the same hair I went to sleep with, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really can't be bothered. Crunchy. I actually had a guy friend, and this is really cute of us, I think. Where we went to buy hair products, hair accessories, and then I wanted scrunchies, and he also wanted scrunchies, so we just shared the pack. So hey, guys really do be wearing scrunchies out there. If anybody was questioning this logic, they're all wearing scrunchies. It's better for your hair, I think, than wearing a really intense hair tie. That is okay. We can assume that he's wearing a bougie scrunchie that's not damaging his hair. Honestly, if your hair is really curly and then you put it in a scrunchie, most of the scrunchie is obscured anyway. You're not even seeing it. Might be too high. Giving Barbie. When you there's like a distinct hairstyle that if you go way too high, then it's like it's a Barbie hair. Like you know the one? This is Barbie, you know? Is it not? This is Barbie. That's funny. I don't know why. Yeah, like here. It's shoulder length. Here. I'm gonna do a half up down situation because take it out of your face, but also Barbie. Who you wanna be, Barbie? Did we end up figuring out how many jobs that she has? Did y'all hear about that? It was not a meme, but like a huge thing a while back where there's this one guy who like did a bunch of like amazing things and like got a bunch of degrees, and people were like, man, we would all hate to have this Asian cousin because we don't want to get compared to him. But I just made the connection. I was like, no, this guy is Barbie. He's Barbie. He's doing all the jobs. He's taking all of the titles. Good for him. I don't know if that was legit. I didn't look into it. But also, please don't be my accomplishing too many things. I'm kidding. I have a doctor. We see each other online sometimes, and it's an interesting difference of worlds. I'm like, oh wow, you're helping people with disease, and I am drawing pretty pictures. We don't run in the same circles, do we? Ooh. Much of your script going. Single? At some point, I will pull up the other commission so I can look at that thing there. Not at this stage though. Poor Teo over here. Not only does he have no hair, he don't have a face. Oh man. Let's save. Let me save. I think this is good enough for point checking. Checkpoint. I want to merge it because I want to do different hair. Oh shit. Also, I gave a side. I've experimented with it. Maybe. I just need a... I don't know what it is. I just love side parts. That's a millennial joke. I'm gonna do one version. Hair down also. You're saying you can't type. I can't draw. Look, wrong brush. It's alright. It's also one of those names where autocorrect ain't not coming to help. I actually get really annoyed. Sometimes I'm trying to like type a name that's not English, and autocorrect keeps trying to correct it, and I'm like, could you stop? I think I'm the authority here. It's the right name. Leave me alone. I have it the most if I'm talking to Siri in the car, and I'll say like, hey, text, I don't like, insert Asian name here. I can't think of one right now. And then they just butcher it, and I'm like, could you stop? Passerbys are like looking into my car and they just see me emoting frantically, yelling at nothing. There should be like a mass correction thing, you know? I don't know if they have this invented. Maybe they should come up with that, where it's like every time you just like leave the typo in there, and then every single typo you select and just correct it. But no, that would be shit. Also, I can see where that would go terribly wrong. Imagine if you actually were talking. Yes, I like my Teo with sugar, thank you. Sure, he's a sweet guy. Perhaps not. I'm playing dress up. Oop. We're gonna do a third verse. Oh, I can get rid of it. Fine. One hair, two hair, yeah. Really putting that nickname like sweetheart, sweet cakes. I don't think I've ever been called that, but I think I would like really freak out if somebody was like, hey, baby cakes or something like that. I'd be like, dude. Oh, whoa, I need you to give yourself a timeout. I do like honey though. Both in my bubble tea and also as a nickname. I think it's a cute. Oh, you know what I think is a really cute nickname though? This is a Spanish one. If you watch Encanto, you've heard it. But like, they say mi vida, like my life. I think that's so cute. Oh, so sweet. Ah, yeah, you're literally my life. Cute. There's a Portuguese one that I grew up hearing all the time. I don't actually know what it translates. Oh, that makes sense. The one that I grew up hearing all the time was Meu Bem. I actually listened to a song, a Brazilian song, that has that in it. And I was like, oh yeah. And it literally means like my dear. So now you know, if you hear some Brazilians out and about and they say Meu Bem, they're saying my dear. I think it's really funny when they're like having a very serious conversation and they're like, no, we can't buy this, it's too expensive, my dear. They literally have to say my dear. It like immediately nullifies any kind of like intense tone. Cute. We have it in English too, I guess. If you're like mad at your partner and then you just pull up, I can't believe you forgot to buy the tangerines, honey. Like, you know, you called me honey, I'm fine. You can be mad at me, it's whatever. I never hear darling anymore though. This is very like British. We got a separate version. We got so many versions. I don't know if you have layers, but curly hair, it's like unpredictable and things. Snookums! Cute! I find that I use more cute nicknames with my dogs than anything. I keep going up to my Mei and I go, Mi princesa! Principessa! Princess! All the time. I don't even speak Italian. Principessa. But then I got a boy dog, so now I have to go like Princey. Principe. But I have the thing now where I call them the wrong name all the time, and I feel like my parents, you know? I used to get so insulted by that when I was younger. Be like, oh my god, you're calling me the wrong name. You don't even know who you're talking to. And now I do it to my dogs all the time. And I'm like, oh no. No. Why? I'm no better. I have the reference somewhere. Here you are. Alright. I can compare this now and talk about this. Because I'm drawing an Asian character. They do have different, like, profiles. Not profiles. Facial features. Much softer. I don't know, it's a bone thing. Sofrita! That's so cute. Being at Chipotle, would you like some sofritas? Oh, I just saw my auto mod did not like the word. I just got that one. Talking about thimbles earlier. Good job. I don't really think I have that many weird nicknames for my dogs. However, I call one of my dogs Mei Mei, right? And whenever I refer to her, you'll hear me say Mei. Her name is not Mei Mei. Her name is Mei. But no, it's not. It's not. Oh, I call her Maester all the time. Angie. Super Angie. I think this character's face is closer to what I'm... my default, I mean. Like... will naturally come out faster. Alright, calm down now. Where are you looking? So her name is actually M-A-Y, like the month, because I don't know. Like that. She actually had another name before that, and so we just shortened it to May. But fun thing is, May with M-E-I means princess. Doesn't it fit? The nickname also fits. So I'm like, yeah, both work. I think most people think we're calling her M-E-I. Because I think once you like duplicate it, it makes sense. Like Especially, they say you should be careful what you name your dogs, because then they become like whatever you name them. I knew somebody who named their dog Princess in Japanese, Hime. And then the dog became very, very spoiled. And I was like, oh, well, my dog's named May. Like, it's also, Princess. And then my other dog's named Luffy, like King of the Pirates. So, is he a king? I don't know. Exactly, self-fulfilling prophecy. He sure is a king. The royal pain in the butt sometimes. Because he's spoiled, not because anything. He's just spoiled. Must be nice to be a dog owned by parents who want to spoil you that much. Wow, his face is so clean. Ex-wife, I hope to be like Amy or Luffy. They literally just look at you cute and then they're like, give me. Give. I want the food. Cheese stacks. True reason there's no cheese. When I was training Mei, we gave her hot dog and cheese. She is very food motivated. She really likes food. And she got fat. So fast. I was like, dang, maybe this is too effective of a training method. So we had to like cut down on giving her hot dogs. Goodness gracious. She will eat anything. Wild. Have you seen those videos? I recently came across them where it's like the owner tries to like stage a robbery or like a kidnapping and like they want to see their dog's reaction and the dog almost every time can't let go of the food and it's like, it's fine. I'm sure the human's fine. I would like to believe it's because they recognize the scent of the people who's coming in and there's no real danger. But I do question, like, would my dogs come to save me? I don't know, man. I think, I don't. They might just let me get kidnapped. But if you ride a bike near them, they lose their hinds. So they might let me get kidnapped, but if you want to like bike next to me, good luck. Oh man, your angle's wrong too, kind of. Somewhere. This is hard to draw with no color because just draw like the bottom of the eye. Actually, I would just color without like this a really dark one. Dang. He's really looking up. Dang. Whoa. Whoa, buddy. But then if I go too far over, then it looks... No! Can you call them? And also, can you go back? Also, hi. Hi. How are you? That's rough. I think I did something like that last winter. I lost my car keys, I think. And like I called a restaurant because I thought I lost them at the restaurant. And to replace my car keys would have costed like, I don't know, $100 or something. And then I just like gave up and thought, okay, lost cause. They don't have it. It's gone. And when the snow melted, somebody, some kind soul, I don't know how they figured out where I lived. Dropped off the thing. I know, I think they found it on my driveway. Probably. I hope that's where they found it. Like when I was shoveling or something. But also, I don't know how they realized it was like for sure my keys. I don't know. I also don't know who found it. There's so many questions. There were so many questions. I'm sure if you have like a pretty good inclination, they're at the cafe. It's probably at the cafe, and I'm sure it'll be there. It's better it's closed, because then like nobody can do it. I don't know who would be out there stealing tablet pens. Oh, I was talking about my dogs earlier, and I actually have the perfect story related to this. I had lost 2 tablet pens because Maymay decided to eat them. I don't know if you know this, but Wacom tablet pens are kind of expensive. 2 of them. I don't know, when May was a puppy, I'm not kidding. She ate everything. So, ate 2 of my pens. Thought it was a chew toy, I guess. It was a interesting snack choice. I should probably change pens. I realize using different pens for different characters. I was thinking about, wow, this is coming out really, really clean. More clean than normal, and it's kind of weirding me out. It's too clean. Because when I paint it, it's still clean. Alright, for this pose, I believe either I searched up a reference or I have drawn it enough times where I was like, oh, this is fine. That pose was literature. Because I was like, what? I feel like this is a pretty natural pose that a lot of us pull, you know? I feel like that would be the one to take, huh? Stealing a pen would be wild. However, I lost my phone one time at, if you're Canadian, you'll know this one, Canada's Wonderland. And I drove back there because I called them with my friend's phone to be like, hey, do you have my phone? And they said, yeah, we have it. Because it was a very distinct keychain and everything on it. I drove all the way over there, which was like an hour away. Because, you know, you don't live in, where is it, Vaughan? Canada's Wonderland? You don't live there? Kind of far. I went there, and then they were like, we don't have it anymore. And I was like, in the time, like in like the few hours from me calling to come back here, you lost my phone? Somebody on your staff stole it then. Because how did you have it in the back of your store and then not have it afterwards? That doesn't make any sense. I was so mad. That's my only real story of like, no, somebody actually stole that. That's theft. Theft. That made me so mad. But I was less mad about the fact that they stole my phone, but I was more upset at not a keychain, but there's a cute phone charm on it that looked like Mei. It was a little Pomeranian phone charm that I got in Japan. And I was like, dude, how am I gonna find that in Canada? We don't have kawaii stuff, man. What the heck? So mad. Clearly, it happened many years ago, so the fact that I'm still in a tizzy is clearly. Oh man. Well, I'm sure if they have it, and then you can get it back. One of those things is like, oh, can't do anything until the day of, right? I feel like I'm very lax when I'm late as well. If I'm like already knowing that I'm going to be late, I'm kind of like very relaxed about it. And I'm like, well, what's the point? If I'm gonna rush, all that's gonna happen is like, I'm gonna die in traffic if I try and rush, so. Well, fate is sealed. Except when it comes to stream. Somehow I come on stream and I'm very panicked. But I'm always late. Maybe I should just move my start time. Tell all of you when the start time is moved, but don't tell me when it's moved. And perfect. Problem solved. Ooh, that could happen. Well, if that's the case, if you just tell them, hey, I think I dropped it, they probably will look for it. Like if you tell them exactly, hey, I lost something and I was sitting here, they'll look for it. I once had a waiter run outside to chase me because I forgot my bag. I'm very forgetful. When it comes to saving and my belongings, apparently, there's no hope for me. When I hear this song, I think it sounds like, not Smash, it gives me that vibe. I would check the nose. This top lip is not big. Chin is smaller. I made this eyebrow like cartoonish. Or like this part is really sharp. But then, to be honest, whenever I draw eyebrows, when I paint, I like soften this middle part. Can't really do it. This is. Sure. Well, I wish you the best of luck finding it. Sure, if you tell them they'll find it. R.I.P. Temporary R.I.P. I think when I give him hair, it'll look more like hair. It's like his neck is very long. Let me double check his. Wait, hold on. The reference has like a softer jaw, but nose is the strong. Balance. Hearing? One ear has cartilage hoops, like helix piercings. Kind of like my PNG tuber. Also has one. But it's a matter of, is there a preference on which one? Yay, that's good. Happy drawing. See if I can make this one more well. When you're unimpressed, your eyelid kind of drops. Might not actually. It's more like a shadow than an eyeline, but for the sake of understanding. Alright, I'm just gonna give him the hoops on. You won't be able to see. Okay. His pose wasn't so bad. Like his hair, and then clothes, and then and ooh, ooh. Hair reference. Oh, switching. Got like a giving Korean perm, but like not like a Hajima perm. Like K-pop perm, you know? It's very popular. Figure out the hair length first. Ah, lost my cursor. Ah, so it's like I do believe that the other emissions are kind of at different stages. Like one of them is more like pose checking still, so I don't have to clean that. Versus this one is like the pose is picked for the most part, so we actually are trying to make it polished. The other ones we're experimenting, so it's okay if I spend a little extra. Actually more cleaning and experimentation. And then in the future, when those get to that stage and it's balanced, then time cleaning. I would say cleaning is the part that takes a not the painting, the cleaning to make sure it's. This is very pretty. Ooh, line art is a whole other beast. I can believe it. Line art, it's like... I mean, sorry, did I say line art? Animation is another. Line art for animation. Oh, Lord. Even doing this PNG tuber, the line art is not actually clean, but like, I still had to make it clean enough where there wouldn't be problems. It's still technically not perfect, but don't stare at it for too long to figure out where it's imperfect. But my previous stream, I was doing my merch stickers, and because I'm trying to save time, those ones were really clean. Like, kind of proud, but also not. I drew it like 3 times. There are some artists, when they do line art though, they do sketch it once, they sketch it twice, and then they do it a 3rd time. I don't know what this is. I think this is like... I would say I sketch and then I do not really line art, but like a cleaner sketch, and then I skip doing line art because I'm going to paint anyway, so I do not care. We do not care. Alright, sir. You have hair now, however, it's technically not perfectly aligned head. That seems like a painter me problem. Like, both of their faces are not perfect. And that's usually the case. At this stage, they're not. And I just need to give my clients, like, full, like, hey, I promise, I know. Just believe me, I know. Alright, for this one, outfit. This one, I did not draw his clothes even once. So we really need to... What is this man wearing? I am going to keep his hair separate. Do you think there's... I saw this written somewhere and I am... losing my mind. Ah, here we go. Baggy pants? We love baggy pants. Oh, good for you, sir. We were just talking about the skinny jeans. I'm like, dude, you don't need that. This is body. Body. Okay. Black shirt and gray flannel jacket. Flannel with the... I searched this up and I found it. I'm Canadian, I swear. Oh, this is why I was... Is it a flannel jacket with a hood, or is it a flannel jacket without a hood? Ooh! Well, first, regardless, it's gonna have this collar, so... I can't believe that I was, like, questioning what a flannel jacket is, knowing that my guy friends all have this jacket. Again, we're Canadian, we all have the same clothes. You can't escape. It's just, you know, the thing. Oh, Canada. Wait. I feel like he's closed off, right? So maybe make this like it's buttoned but not all the way, because, you know, appeal, more of his skin is still like, I don't know, there's a thing about this where it's like this concept, it kind of like flatters their, not silhouette, but their figure better, versus having it like super closed up here. I mean, it will flatter better over here because it'll be better fitting, but having like a v-neck, it makes this like illusion of like X, the waist. These are things we think about. Things I think about when I get dressed. It's not a shirt. Gotta make sure it doesn't look like a sticker. I also kind of hid his hands, kind of like, you know, there's like more than one way to cross your arms, right? Kind of hid his hands like he's cold. Arguably, I think this hand maybe could have to be like here. But this one, it's giving, I'm cold. I've been waiting out here, man. It's cold. That's, well, this is the pose that I would pull if I was out here in the cold. Okay, future me will figure out this hand. I don't wanna. I just don't wanna. Straight up, I don't want to do it right now. Better to do it when I do want to. That's how you get better quality. Pockets? Flannel jackets have pockets. I always do this, but I always make their collars like really pinned up really high. And then I look at a reference and I'm like, wait, why is it so high? Dang, you really starched that behind it. And would he have pockets here? Maybe. Some of them have it, some of them don't. I think this is a Sherpa line jacket. How warm is he right now? I need. This is so important to me. Is he warm? Where the hell is he? Baggy pants, right? Yeah. The jacket. Yes, he has clothes on now. He's not naked in the cold. Good for you, man. So proud of you. Feel so great for you. Oh, other way. He's not perfect, but for a checkpoint, I think it's me abandoning the motorcycle. I'm still like, nah, that's a later me problem. A little off. Okay. And then we have like 3 different hair options. Fun, super fun. I think this stage, sometimes I do this in combination with a color check. To be like, oh, do you want color as well? But I'm like, maybe it's better to just figure out the visual. Actually, no, we'll do the color. And then if the pose needs any correction and color needs. I'm going to save them. But rest assured, don't worry, we're not going to be here for a super long time. Because I do this very messy every time. Alright, he's a paler character. Right? Oh, okay. Ivory. Sure. Alright. Whatever. Oh, you want to know a weird fun fact about makeup in Asia? So I was going to buy Japanese makeup, and it seems like their makeup tends to be a lot more yellow tinged. Or like when I was buying like warm tone, it was a lot more yellow tinted, and I was like, huh. There's a interesting distinction, like color tones specifically in Japan. I'm very like neutral tone, so I put it on and I was like, this is really yellow on. There was like 3 shade choices. I saw it like some influencer in Japan talked about it forever ago, and they were like, yeah, these are the color options you'll get. There's not as much like pinky one. It seemed like. His hair is dark, and I'm like, do I go for this kind of? I hate using black for hair, and my hair is dark, not black. And then if I use pure black, it's quite intense. No, it's maybe not very obvious on the screen, but it is quite intense to wear. I have to. There we go. Aw. Would have been nice if it worked perfect. Nice. Right, and he is wearing a black shirt. Shirt. This is just for color. Messy. Just might like do more of this afterwards, but make it like a little bit more. Maybe. This is absolutely not what playing. How like it works. Like, see, from afar you don't even see it. It's fine. It's whatever. There's a. That's clearly he's wearing like. We can change the color later. For now. All right. I can recall 8 and a tan. Which is his brother. So, I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure I did it a little bit. This I'll probably double check the other character. I'm not gonna color every individual hairstyle. Bam! You got skin, you got hair. What else do you need in a man, right? What do you mean? Eye color, that's future. I'll do that because I would have to. I mean, I can't. Light gray shirt. Ooh. Feeling like it's super gray, it's like so dull. A little bit of a blue tint. Not specify the color, so go with like a really dark hair color. It might be black. Just to give them some like different. Also, because he seems quite. What happened? These are different colors. You might not be able to see it. I don't know if you can see it. Different. They're not the same. There they are. Speed! I am speed! It's these kind of things where I'm like, this part doesn't have to be clean because this is not what we're checking. We're checking for the color here. Where I'm like, go fast! We don't need all this. If he's a polished character, so apparently Emmanuel is supposed to be more polished. KO it. So when I think polished, I think this is a more professional. Also would match better. If you do light blue, this is no. I don't know if you know this actually. Light blue is casual jean. Dark blue is more pure blue, bordering. I'm not sure about that. A medium blue. Coming from somebody who used to sell jeans. All right, save. Right. The interest of. This is definitely not the case here, but whenever working with like customers, you have to assume, clients, customers, you have to assume they don't know what you know. So if I just say, I know that the color is going to be gray for the eyes, but I don't write it in an email, or if I don't actually do it on the thing, they're gonna have to remind me. And the whole thing. Might as well just do it, you know? Do the thing. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I do actually forget, and then they. But not. It's awkward. Like asking for. It's easier online, I think. Asking for your waiter to come back and get you your drink. Not 30 minutes is. All right, calm down. This is the way that the layers are structured right now. It is cool. All right, now I can save. Woohoo! That's one commission. Checkpoint. Wish I had a sound that was like da 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 da. Checkpoint. A visual. All right. Time to work on it. Before I do that, I must specify who. Take a moment. Oh, this thing. We're working on this one. Da-da-da. It doesn't fit. I tried. Ooh. Go back to where you belong. Okay. So for this one, I did two different poses. They did give me a pose reference, but then I tried to follow what they wanted. Or like vision. What we did know is we wanted this character here. Hold on, I gotta double check their names. I'm gonna like mix up characters. Like I remembered it and then I lose it. Actually, I don't know if we actually talked about that. I know her name is Alfie. I'll eventually get there. Regardless, we got this guy here. He's got a flame on in his well, his right, our left, right? And I wanted to make it part of the element of the artwork, so I'm making it a lighting source. That's what this. For the notes, though. I believe we're going for number 2, but we're gonna double check. We're not sure if we're going for number 2 because we want to experiment a little bit. So let me duplicate this. And then we can have 2 different versions. So, Melanie's notes were that wanted to make sure that she's more surprised at him grabbing her lovingly, oh my goodness, not like aggressively, than the actual flame itself. So we have to play around with it to make it like she's surprised at him, looking at him. So we're gonna do some problem solving here. That's why this one is gonna take a little bit less time because I can't go too far. We're still figuring. This one, I'm going to do one version, and I was mentioning it earlier, where rather than actually changing her head position, I'm just changing her eyes, which doesn't literally make sense. But I'm assuming, you know, let's say she's about to look, we catch her mid-action. It's almost like your head is going to follow where your eyes are looking. We move our heads so fast that you don't really think about it. But if you look with your eyes first and you move your head, you don't like always just move your head to look at something, you know? Usually you're following your eyes if your eyes move first. It would be really weird if you move your head first and don't move. Try it. Look at the screen and move your head. It's weird. that means you're really locked in on something. Versus if you're just turning to look at something that's happening behind you, you're moving your eyes with it, right? So that's why I'm just going to draw her eyes looking that way first. This is gonna look spooky. And we wanted to make her a little bit more surprised. So that I don't know if you're surprised. I don't know why you're opening actually. Eyes do get wider. But she's also looking up, which also makes your eyes wider. Basically, how it has to work. Ooh, hello, how are you? We're doing our second commit today. So far, I think that does give the vibe of like, hey, welcome. What are we eating for dinner? I had curry udon. That's why my stream was late, because I couldn't eat udon fast enough. I'm good. I mean, I'm chilling, but I'm also working. But like, it's chill work. When I'm live, it's chill, so. So there's this version, and then this one, we're gonna play with the heading. Chill work, best work. Yeah. It's different when it's like actually hard work. Like yeah, we're working hard, but it's not hard work. You know what I mean? Versus when like something you like, for example, you run into a problem, then you're like, oh my god, I actually have to think. This is hard. This is temporary. This is not the actual artwork. It's just fake of like, I want to be able to see the other character. I'm gonna do it this way. Shawarma. So good. Oh, when drawing hands, exactly. You get me. You understand. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We might run into hard work soon, because I'm gonna change his head angle, and I have a feeling that I'm gonna be like, what? But it's a good thing. We're challenging ourselves. We're learning. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn this off for now. And you. Did you get a shawarma like plate or a shawarma wrap? I was gonna say pita, and I was like, no, that's not. The place that I go to, they always like actually set it on fire, and it's good. That whenever I get like a rice platter, it's too much rice. Too much rice. I can't eat that much rice. How do I do this? Ah, she's bald. Actually, she's not even bald. She's got no cerebellum in here. There's nothing going on in here right now. It's necessary. I need to be able to. We need to cut our losses. We need to just cut the whole thing. Just go. Just go. Just nobody cry. It's okay. I'm telling you, this head angle, it's my 2026 head angle. I keep drawing this angle. I think this one is gonna be, even if I get stuck, it's not gonna be that bad. The next one, though, is challenging. Ooh, hummus. I love when you order food and you get food, like you get 2 meals out of it. I don't eat very much. If I remember to eat at all, I'm very bad at that. I think it's a lot of artists, honestly. Artists and gamers, I feel like. You just kind of forget. But when I do, I often order things and then I'm like, how am I supposed to finish all this? I guess I'm gonna have lunch, dinner, and breakfast for tomorrow. I mean, breakfast maybe not. 1, because I don't wake up at breakfast time, and then 2, because maybe you don't want shawarma. Morning? I don't know, maybe. Maybe you do. I don't know your life. Cold pizza though? Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to order Hawaiian pizza the other day for Family Day. I wanted to order it. And then for some reason Hawaiian pizza was more expensive than like a deluxe pizza. And I was like, what is this? Is it because of the pineapple? Thank you for following. Is it follow for pineapple pizza? But no, yeah, is it because of the tropical fruit this pizza became expensive? I don't understand. Yeah. I was totally joking because I was like, you know, this is a very controversial opinion. Did you know that Hawaiian pizza, like pineapple on pizza, was invented in Canada? Isn't that... Am I lying? This is a fact, right? I'm pretty sure. If it's not a fact, hey. This is an art channel, not a factual one. I'd be spitting facts and then realize it's misinformation later. Hey, at least I give the disclaimer. And thank you. I was talking about how, like, I think it was like a few streams ago, I was talking about how like sailors apparently flip flags upside down when they're sinking, and everyone was like, wouldn't they just know that they're sinking because they're sinking? Like, wouldn't you just see the ship and be like, no, they're sinking? And I was like, this very much might be misinformation, but it is a really funny concept. Because we were talking about the Japanese flag, and then if you were to flip the flag upside down, nobody would be able to understand what you're saying because it's symmetrical. Misinformation. That reminds me, not Japan, but did you know Korea has some crazy pizza toppings? They put sweet potato on their pizzas. I haven't tried it yet. I want to. I don't know how good that is. And honey? If this angle gets drawn easily, more easily than the previous commission that I was working on, I'm gonna chalk it up to drawing men is hard. That's what I'm gonna say. Because obviously, if you're looking above my PNG tuber, I draw a lot of women. Like, go ahead and count how many men are there. 1. I think there might just be 1, actually. Ooh. Ooh, that's a good question. The craziest pizza topping? Maybe it is pineapple. Like, actually? Like, it's not crazy to me, but it might be crazy to somebody. I feel like I'm not that adventurous. No, vegan pizza. I've had vegan pizza more than once. And just like in general, that whole topping is different from what you're used to, right? Because it's vegan cheese. It wasn't bad. It was just not as good as regular pizza. Therefore, I do occasionally order, you know? Banana and bacon. Isn't that like the Elvis Presley sandwich? Banana, bacon, peanut butter? Goat cheese and pear sounds like a European thing though, and it sounds so good. Goat cheese and pear in a salad? Sounds... Oh. I can't believe I went to eat Greek food, and there was so much feta cheese, so much goat cheese. But I'm like, oh no, too much cheese. I didn't prepare accordingly. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. So, see, you understand. Dairy, when you can't eat dairy, you'll still eat the vegan pizza, but it's just like, it's not bad, it's just not as good. Still not bad. Like, I would definitely enjoy it. Like, if I had a vegan friend and we could only order vegan pizza, I'd still be down to order pizza, you know? it would still settle the craving, I think. Pretty sure. Secretly goes home and orders Pizza Hut. What I was gonna say though, I think the craziest thing was ordering chocolate pizza, dessert pizza in Brazil. Oh, fun thing, if you're in Brazil, they will look at you weird if you eat pizza with your hands. You have to eat it with a fork and knife. Bonjour! Ça va? We're talking about weird pizzas. Or, well, good pizza and weird pizza, I guess. I ate pizza in, not France, but in Spain with French people. And I'm pretty sure I also ate with a fork and knife then, too. I don't remember if that's like the thing, though. Oh, merci. Bien. Hey! It's a conspiracy. Oh. See? Crazy. I'm finding my people. There's Brazilian Miku, see? I feel like I mentioned Italy twice in today's stream. I was saying Principessa. I call my dog that sometimes. How's the weather in Brazil, by the way? Oh wait, if you're not in Brazil... Actually, still stands, because I have the Brazilian weather on my phone. You know? Like, I still check. Hell hot dying. Can't you? Hey! Let's go. Let's go. Latinos, Latinx. Woohoo! Love. Listen, now that you're all here, I can tell you about this. I mean, this is also a thing. I don't think really for French food this would be a problem because Quebec's right there. We still have some French foods. But I tried to order Brazilian food because I watched the Bad Bunny halftime show and I started like bawling my eyes out, going like, man, I'm homesick all of a sudden. And so then I wanted to order Brazilian food and it was robbery. It was Brazilian on Brazilian crime, I'm telling you. They gave me like the tiniest, I ordered stroganoff and they gave me the tiniest portion with mostly rice for $20. And I thought, this is robbery. This is craziness. I complained. Could I get a refund? No, because technically they gave me the food, but it was like 90% rice. And then now we have to learn how to make Brazilian food. I can't cook a thing, but it's necessary now. Hey, Brazilian music. Can I play some bossa nova? Will the hair work? I think head is. Also, I lost the expression. Angle correct. Question. Hello? What? What universe are this happening? You know, I don't think I've ever had Chilean food either. I don't think so. Add it to the list. Add it to the list. Strangely, in my city, we have Salvadorian food, and we have, like, Mexican food, of course. Can't escape Mexican. For a good reason, it's great. But I have been told we don't have Honduran food. And clearly we really don't have Brazilian food. Not really. Ooh. Oh, empanadas. I feel like all Latino cultures, all Latin cultures, we have like something similar to empanadas. We're just really putting things in things and just calling it a day. I guess, like, I don't really know what the Brazilian version is. Is it pastel or is it esfija, that's like empanada. Well, more like pastel, right? Yes, I really want them. I really want all Brazilian foods. I want them and I want them now. Oh my god, that's true. Ravioli, ravioli, give me the formioli. Goodness. No, flamenco music though is great. You know what I also really like to listen to, unironically, is tango music. Coxinha! It's not empanada shaped, but absolutely. You know, that's my favorite. I love coxinhas. They're so good. They're so good. They now sell it in Canada, like frozen, but it's not the same, you know? I think they have some... we do have Brazilian food in Toronto. Just don't have it where I am. Ridiculous. I think it's because it's too cold in my city. Everybody Brazilian was like, nah, absolutely not, can't. And you know what? I respect it because I am also like, I gotta move. It's too cold here. Way too cold. I was talking to my Latino friend actually. And then I was saying like, oh, are you still living closer to Toronto? Which is, you know, has more food diversity. He's like, yeah. Oh, you want to move back? Why? And I was like, dude, I can't get any Latin food. Ridiculous. How am I supposed to live my life? Actually, how am I supposed to live my life? Okay, but is it bi-elves or B-elves? Bi-elves, like bisexual elves? The elves? What is your favorite Brazilian food? Also, please tell me so I don't butcher your name. Hey, I was playing a lot of Baldur's Gate yesterday. Bi-elves seems... Hey, the elves? The elves make sense. Alright, this got a little bit more masculine. It's like okay, but it's not what I was supposed to happen. Because lately I've really been on this like stroganoff kick, and so my husband is not Brazilian, but he's making me all the foods. And I think that's so sweet. Top 10. Top 10 husbands would marry again. He's like, I'll learn how to make the Brazilian food because listen, I made eggs today. I told him, I was like, I can't be trusted to cook this food because I will burn down the house. And he's like, what do you mean? And today I made eggs, fried eggs, and I burnt them because I got distracted. So I'm like, I'm telling you, I really can't cook. It's a hazard. Don't let me cook things. Bisexual elves. They're everywhere. Yeah. It's me too, because with Baldur's Gate, I became an elf. I immediately was like, big ears? I'm down. I could put piercings on those. Ugh. Peruvian food. I feel like we have it in Toronto. There was some other country that I had their food as well. Was it? I don't think it was Colombian, but we had arepas. It might have been Venezuela. Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. Unfortunately, I can't speak Portuguese all that well. It's gone. It's disappeared, which is why I don't have like Brazilian in the tags of my Twitch. But then like, I would love to find more people who not speak, because how are we gonna speak to each other? I would love to find more Brazilian stream watchers so we can bond over the fact that one, it's way too freaking cold in Canada. Please understand my pain. I want it to be like, maybe Sao Paulo is still too cold even, like Nordeste heat. Like I want it hot, like crazy hot. It's too cold. I want it so hot that I can only wear shorts. You know? It's so cold. Let's trade, man. I'm so down. I hate how cold it is. Oh. I remember when I went to Paris, I was surprised by how many Vietnamese and Thai places there were. I was like, oh my god, they're everywhere. Yeah, I've been to the like Sao Paulo area, like around cities surrounding it. That's, you know, it's like the same as Toronto, where I just say, oh yeah, I'm near Toronto because nobody else knows. And I went there during the winter. Man, the floors are cold. The tiles are freezing. Like borderline Canadian weather over there when it's winter. But right now, you guys are having Brazilian summer. Summer for you, right? Probably boiling. Gotta go to the beach. Fire. Some words I remember. How are you gonna forget the word for the beach? Playa? Playa and playa? Spanish? Ooh. Interesting. We do have a lot of like Thai fusion places where I'm at. But Vietnamese food all over Canada, we have so much. I don't know how it happened. There is like a study on these type of things. Like why there's so many Asian-owned nail salons and why there are so many, you know, certain restaurants in Canada or US specifically for like different cultures. I don't remember why though. I just remember watching a video about it. But then also just in general, yeah. Yeah. Vietnamese food is amazing. Oh. I've had some interesting fusion foods as well. Korean and Mexican apparently is really popular in California. I had it once in Toronto. And I was like, wait, they're kind of onto something over here. And it makes sense because they're both spicy. Just different type of spice. And I understand. I don't think I really had like no fusion my French. Wait, but isn't banh mi? Isn't banh mi French and Vietnamese? Because Vietnam was not conquered, but like, what's the word? Colonized by France, right? So banh mi, it's supposed to be baguette. With baguette, right? Technically, they're already fusion. Oh, actually French and Japanese desserts are really good. Did you know this? Vietnam and why do I have an update for something? Vietnam and France have like a connection to each other. Relations. I'm googling it, let me double check. Yeah, France colonized Vietnam. So actually, this is gonna sound crazy. I'm gonna sound like a crazy person. So there were these I gotta clarify, I am Brazilian, but I'm also half Japanese, and Biel's probably knows what's up with that because there's so many Japanese in Brazil. But appearance-wise, I look Asian, right? And then we're on the Toronto subway, and there are these Asian guys next to me. So I need to specify because this is... Otherwise, if I was anything else, it would be really weird. They're talking about it, and they're like, huh, why do a lot of Vietnamese people, they tend to have more light brown eyes, or they have this kind of feature, or they have different eye shape. And I said, oh, it's because they were colonized by France. I just randomly entered this random conversation and was like, I know the facts to this. I studied this at one point. They were colonized. It's kind of like Philippines, colonized by Spain, you know? This is just a thing. And they probably were like, oh yeah, that's cool. Why is this random girl talking? I was like, it's because you guys were so loud. I needed to set it straight. I seem like a crazy person. Just going up to random people like, hey, I know this fact. Let me tell you. Adult me would never. But younger me was bold. I was like, let me tell you. These guys probably were like, does this girl need friends? I blame my Brazilian mom. I feel like that's like such a Brazilian thing to do. A Brazilian/Canadian thing to do. To like just talk to strangers and just have a conversation. But me, I'm like, most of the time I'm like, please. Talking about colonization. It's so random. They were already talking about Asian facial features. I really don't, it happened many years ago, so I really don't remember the exact conversation. But I definitely remember leaving the conversation going, what's wrong with me? Wow. But now they know. You know. At the time, though, I'm pretty sure I had a lot of Vietnamese friends, so this was probably a conversation that made sense to me. But do you understand why I had to preface it and be like, listen, I might be Latino, but I'm also Asian. If I just a random Latina person goes up to these people, imagine if I was wrong. Yeah, imagine. It was many years ago, so this probably was information I was confident at the time. But like, as we have established, I am spreading misinformation all the time on this stream. But the thing is, I at least clarify, and I'm like, hey, this might be actually. Hey, the sailors might be onto something, and they might be smarter. Agatelli remembers me talking about the Japanese flag and flipping it. So strange. But listen. It takes a certain type of crazy person to decide to start streaming and talk to people publicly. So I think it's the same type of person who goes up to people on the street and talks to them. It has to be the same. It's the same type of person. I'm telling you, technically, you don't know me. You don't know me yet. At least y'all have the disclaimer of me going, no, but I am Brazilian, and I am actually Japanese. Hold on. These people didn't even have the disclaimer. They just talking loudly on the Toronto subway. To be fair though, this has happened to me on the receiving end, where I always used to carry around art supplies and fashion supplies because I studied fashion. And people would just talk to me. They just talk to me on the subway. And this is how I've learned very quickly. I do have a very approachable face. No, something about being behind the car, or like behind the wheel, and also just dealing with drivers in general. They're not real people. They stop being real. I don't know what that's about. It happened like 3 days ago. I wore a really cute outfit. No, it was Valentine's Day. Really cute outfit because it's Valentine's Day, and like my whole thing is, if you haven't noticed, I really like hearts. I'm wearing a cute outfit. Heart themed, red and white, clearly a fit. And then this person drove by in like a a huge puddle, and fully splashed me. And then I did the thing that Agatelli is talking about. I started screaming cuss words, being like, "Are you kidding me? I'm wearing a miniskirt. I can't believe it's winter, dude. It's Valentine's Day. You ruined my fit. I can't believe." Yeah, very. They were long gone at this point. I just, again, look like a crazy person. Alright, something is going on with... I think I got the angle correct. It's more just a matter of, like, your head is too small. Your head is too small for your body. Canadians do still get angry. Like, we have this stereotype of that we're very polite. We still definitely get angry in cars, for sure. I also think so. I was like, dude, Are you bitter because you have no one to celebrate Valentine's with, and you see you see me out here on my cute little walk from the cafe in my cute little outfit? How dare you? The audacity. Okay, this is more lovingly than like the fries. But then at the same time, if you look up and you try to raise your eyebrows in surprise, it's kind of hard, is it not? They're already kind of raised. Gotta curse in both languages. Honestly, I think if I started cursing in Portuguese, I think it would sound more aggressive. I think it would work. Ah, yes, enjoy your day. The start of your day. Goodness. What time is it in Brazil even? I don't even know. I don't even remember. It's been a while. It's been a second. Oh my gosh, maybe Diaz has the answer for this as well. 1:25. That makes sense. Wait, 1:25 a.m.? I was trying to figure out different Brazilian desserts, and all I could think of was like flan, like pudim, and brigadeiros. And I was like, is there something else? There's gotta be something else, but somehow that's all I can think of. I can't cook, right? But I did make brigadeiros one time, and like, it was too much for one person. I was eating chocolate for a century, it felt like. Paçoca? I don't remember. Wait, I have a really funny thing to... Oh! Like, paçoquinha? I mean, yeah. This one you can buy. You can buy this in Canada. But like... My cousin one time, she gave it to us, and then she's like, I saw somebody American try to pronounce this and called it pacoquinha or pacoquinha or something. Pacoquinha. I think if you're buying it, chances are you are Brazilian. I think, or you were introduced to it by a Brazilian person. It's kind of hard to find. Maybe you can find it at Portuguese stores. Because we have more Portuguese food here than Brazilian. So chances are, you could find it that way. Your head is still too small. What is going on? In fact, maybe I'll make your head small. What is happening? Like, I introduced Guaraná to somebody over here. Again, a robbery. This one restaurant that I ordered, like, really expensive food from. They... were charging like the, I think 2 liter, the big bottle of Guaraná, they were charging $10 for it. I was like, $10? $10? I know it's an imported product, but $10 for pop is that's kind of crazy. Versus the restaurant near me, they sell it probably for like $5. I was like, well, this brand, this company, this restaurant, whatever, if we can call it a restaurant, they're sleazy. Goodness gracious. Okay, this is this one. Actually, I don't even have to color that. Pretty straightforward. I do like paçoquinha. You know what also I like? The chocolate... always forget the name. It's pink packaging. Has dancers on the front of it. Can you remember it? I ordered that as well one time because it's hard to park in this city, but they have like a Brazilian market somewhere. What's it called? Oh, waltz. That's why. I was thinking like salsa instead of waltz. Salsa is like vals in French. Waltz. Yeah, sonho de valsa. Yeah. I had to Google it. I was like, what is this? Can't remember what it's called. Just remember there's an S in the name. I like that chocolate. Alright, let me go over this, be like, what I did, and then I'm gonna go to the third one. So, we were doing this one before. All of the characters I'm working on today are couples. Not very Valentine's. We were working on Margot's over here. We worked on Melanie's here. This one, I didn't have to do as much. Just, we're working on the pose still, so that's why I'm like, fine. We're just really working on the heading. And expression. Honestly, I feel like this one looks more surprised, and then this one is still surprised. It's just kind of hard to show it at the angle. Now we're working on the third one. Hey, 2 seconds. Aim. And this one, this is when it starts to become hard work, I think. Also, I have to double check I'm spelling the name right. 90%. That would bad if I spelled it wrong. We got it. I got it. I double checked. I checked my facts. Here on the stream, I check my facts. We're working on this one. This one is the one that had the most extreme style differences, and I have not drawn kisses in a hot second. So hard. We're like really. It's like we're playing a video game. I'm like, which level do you want? You know? It's your babies! This one, I believe I put the armor in a separate layer. Alright, we got number 1. We got number 2. I like this one a lot, and you can tell if, like, I try and keep it, like, unbiased for the clients, but you can tell which one I like the most by how detailed it is. Because I spend extra time, and it's like, it's not on purpose, it happens, you know? So we got number 1, and then number 2 is more like, like romance, yeah, like, you know, the classic pose. And then number 3, I was playing around with her like in action flying to him. This one, I remember I actually did this in order of 1, 2, 3. Sometimes I do 1, 2, 3 and they're not actually in order. This one, I remember being like, man, it might not perfectly be there yet, but I tried. I'm tired. This pose was trickier. I believe we're doing a combination. So this one also, we're not getting color here. We're going to figure out the pose again. What I can say is, we're taking the hair of number 3 here. Okay, weird. Also, I don't want to do it in red. That seems scary. So, hair number 3, and then we're doing, for the outfit, I'm not sure which I want to do because it's more about the silhouette than anything. Because in this one, you can see the collar, which is nice. Like here. Because it sticks out and it's cool, but maybe it's not as like necessary in, like, for example, this one, where it's like not really good. It's actually more irritating to see competing detail. But it depends on the pose we're picking. So, taking the hair from number 3, I believe we're taking this angle. So, angle from 1. They're not numbered in this version. I saved version. And then I think we're taking, like, kind of the vibe from this one. So, like, kind of like maybe this kind of kiss on number 1. Maybe change the hand angle a little bit to make it more like aggressive is not the right word. Passionate? Aggressive. Aggressive kisses. That's the type of kisses I give to my dogs. I don't like. I'm like, come here, come here. Do you want affection? And then they're running. Intense. I think intense would be the correct vibe we're going for. Her hair is supposed to be like floating, so we're just gonna, that's an easy fix. Because they're both magical as well. So he's got like a, I don't want to say like galaxy, kind of galaxy vibe. That's kind of what I take from it. Like his skin becomes very glowy, kind of like stars. So my brain just translated that as galaxy. You know, he's galaxy colored. What skin tone do you have? Galaxy. I don't think we're gonna see that on the slider. For her though, her armor is the thing that becomes colored and her hair goes up. I do really like number 1, so we're going to work with number 1 and then transform it into number 2, kind of. So let's make it more intense. Sorry y'all, no clothes for you. Isn't it crazy when I take off the clothes, they actually have like nothing going on? There was no thought whatsoever. I was like, nah. It is Galaxy, hey! Chances are I read it and then was like, yeah, this is the only thing that's gonna stick in my brain. To make this more intense, their kiss can become more intense. Right now, it's more because drawing kisses is so complicated. I just try to figure out the pose and I was like, the kiss I'll figure out later. That's this is more like a peck, right? Because like it's almost like their lips are just touching each other. They're not actually intertwined with each other or interlocked. Ew, the concept of interlocking. I don't like that word for kissing, but you know what I mean? They're not... Are you guys the type of people to hold hands interlaced as well? Because that also... I don't know. Interlaced. Where are your lips, man? Actually, another thing is I really liked how I drew his hair here. I was like, I want to keep his hair. He's bald. Okay. Hair is easy fix, but let's fix the lips first. Wings here. Oh my god. I cannot necessarily pull up a reference of kissing on screen. Well, maybe I can, but that would make me uncomfortable, and honestly, I don't know if these people consent to having their kisses on screen. Therefore, we're going to not do that. And if I don't do this well, and this is going to take a second, this is because this is the hard mode one. I think the last time I actually drew characters kissing, it might have been like... It's been a good while. Actually, I don't think I've been commissioned to draw characters kissing. But I have drawn it before. Just like such a long time ago, I don't remember. But at this point, what's long, right? Like if I'm no longer 13, everything is long, you know? From what I do remember though, if I can explain for future artists if they're watching this YouTube, if there's like this is gonna be drawn really badly, but bear with me. If this is like person 1 and person 2 is here, this is the person 1's top lip. Person 2's bottom lip is actually here. The 2 is here, 1 is here. They have to like oppose each other. But because of the angle that we're at, obviously we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But we're gonna have to experiment. I did duplicate it, so we're gonna figure it out, y'all. Like I'm a southerner. Y'all? Y'all? But also, like, if you ever just stare at people kissing, they do kind of look weird. In general. Yeah! Artists be studying crazy things. I always say you should never search up like what an artist is searching up, or you should never look into what an artist is searching up or what a writer is searching up, especially if they're writing like a murder mystery. Maybe you don't want to search up what we're looking at. I have been commissioned some crazy things, and I've had to look at some crazy references. which is why I'm like kind of unfazed, and why I don't show what I'm searching up. Because like that is an option, right? Like I could show you what I'm looking up when I look up references. I think I would die of embarrassment if like something came up. I'd be like, right? And I just casually, as I'm drawing, I'm like, oh yeah, just we're just gonna do a little bit of plastic surgery. FBI, open up! Banging on the door. Exactly that. I did reference real people kissing for this, but then I was like, how am I? Trying to think of like the craziest thing I've been asked to draw, but like tame. Because I do draw like adult things, but obviously I'm not gonna do that on stream. And I don't talk about it much because I'm like, hey, if you need it, you know where to find me. Otherwise, it's okay. Hey, a girl needs to get paid. But I think the weirdest thing, but like not in a judgmental way, but just an interesting thing that I've been asked was to draw like a character that kind of looks like a bat. Or like a creature that looks like a bat. And they were fully trusting me with this because I have never drawn a bat before in my life. And then I was like looking at a lot of references for bats. It was getting wild for a little bit. I was like, man, I didn't know how weird bats looked before. They have some weird faces. Bats be looking weird out there. But then like, for some reason, my phone, you know how your phone can like categorize things? And like if you search up dog, it'll show you photos of dogs. Now, when I search it up, this weird bat character shows up when I'm looking up photos of my dogs. And I'm like, hey, you're wrong. Actually, Apple, you're incorrect. That is not a dog. It's not even really a bat. It's a something. It looked cool though at the end. It was definitely challenging. But I went to the museum relatively recently and they had like an animal area. And like there was a bat cave section. And I was like, oh, this is fine. But they had like, this is a very important fact about me. I'm very, very scared of spiders. So they had like first of all, they had a tarantula displayed, so I was already scared. I was sweating. I was like, that's not real, but I'm sweating and I need to go home. Like I'm freaking out. And then we went into the bat cave and they had like a small tiny spider image somewhere because they were talking about what bats eat or something like that. And it was dark and it was scary and it was trauma. Let me tell you, it was trauma. Scary. Scarier things have never been seen before. I wanted to witness cute bats. Instead, I had a very hard time. Can't believe. Why do they just have that out there without giving people warning, man? Oh. God. See, this is something I talk about all the time, where it's like, I feel like I'm the type of person, if you commission something from me, if I don't know how to draw it, I might take it and be like, hey, if you trust me, I will figure it out. But the hard line gets drawn when if you ask me to draw a spider, like a related character, because there's some cool ones out there. Like if you look like, I don't know, Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter, for example. There's some cool spider designs out there. But I'm like, no, you gotta give that job has to go to somebody else. I'm so sorry. I'm so scared. Did you know the fact that like if you're scared of something and then you avoid it, it gets stronger? I have lived on this planet long enough. Which means like I've been scared of them since I was a kid. So every time I ask my brother, my dad to help me, my mom even, actually everybody other than me, I don't know why I defaulted to the guys. That's whack. I defaulted to my brother all the time though because he was taller than me. I'd be like, hey, it's up there, help. Actually, that 2 a.m. I actually like banged on his door one time. I was like, help me, I can't sleep. There's a spider. I'm so scared. And he's so nice. He just like half asleep. He didn't even get mad at me. He just walked out, took care of business, went straight back to sleep. Ugh. This is what you need in your life. However, this is the reason I cannot live alone and the reason I will never draw anything spider-related. And the reason I'm also mad at Animal Crossing. Why do they have tarantulas as like the scary enemy? Why couldn't they have bats? Because they're too cute? Is that why? It's not a comfort game anymore because it just appears out of nowhere. And I'm so scared every time. There are some games though that I play that they're like cartoony enough where I'm like, it's fine. I am 100% sure that there are. It's the same thing as like snakes. There are some cute snakes. Have you seen the like meme of the snake with like a little unicorn hat? It's cute. No, I can't. I can't do it. I do know some people who are afraid of snakes, and they when I explain it that way, they understand. But otherwise, they're like, I don't get what you mean. Snakes are totally scarier. But if you look at like the statistics, apparently spiders is like, I don't know, like one of the top 10 most common fears, which gives me the vibe that this is ancestral, you know? Like this means something terrible happened to us and we remembered it. I don't know what it was, but something terrible happened to us. One of my ancestors went to the Amazon. I don't know, man. That seems like the most realistic answer to me. I can never go to the Amazon. Australia too? I can't. We are not going to Australia. That sounds like a terrible time for me. Oh, no way. Sky puppies, bugs equal please stay outside of my home. Over here, where it's like cold, the bugs kind of like just cease existence when it's winter time, which is the only good part. And then when it starts to become fall again, and then I'm like, oh no. I love Halloween though, which makes it really twisted because all of the Halloween decorations are spiders. And I'm like, and bats. And bats. So it's twisted. Messed up. How dare they? Ugh. Y'all understand my plight. It's a rough time. Wondering if I can like move this hand to do the same thing as pose. But also this pose kind of made it like you could see her silhouette better. If I do this, chest gets going. But if you're pulling, you can do some lat workouts just right now. If you're pulling toward you, maybe this hand can still be where it is. Maybe she's holding lower on the jacket. I don't know. We're gonna be figuring it out. Has to be angled this away. Also, it's supposed to be a little bit more intense, right? But we want to keep the angle. Doesn't mean the pose 100%. I could change the pose completely, but I'm gonna try this way first because, hey, work smart, not hard. My computer's thinking so hard right now. You can see when it's like lagging. I'm like, you're thinking. You and me both, computer. We're thinking. We be using our brains. Oh, this is similar to the thing that I was talking about with the previous one, where it's like there's kind of like, you know, if the character is more dominant, like in terms of like they make the move first, they push into the other character's territory, and like one being taller, having their eye line above. I learned this from the Spider-Man movie, by the way. We keep coming back to it. Listen, I love Spider-Man. Love him so much. Miles Morales? But they do explain this. Like somebody broke this down. How like whenever they showed a power shift, they would make one character higher than the other. Their eye line higher than the other. I know exactly. I'm a very complicated person. And I'm playing Kissed. I do think it's cute that she's leaning into him. But I'm gonna like shift so that he's like more of the... Again, you can't see him doing air quotes, but air quotes dominant one because he kisses her first. And like if she's gripping, it's kind of like she's this is mutual. This is a mutual kiss. Woo. You know what it is? It's because see, I like Miles Morales because, you know, artsy type, creative type, kind of he's cool, you know? He's cultured, he's cool. And then I like Peter Parker because, man, his humor is awful, and that's just... I played the Spider-Man game recently, the Spider-Man... Is it Spider-Man 2? Where you play Miles, you play Peter, and you also play Venom. Every time I play as Peter, I'm like, dang, this guy's so uncool. I love him. Like, the other kind of character that's similar is like Deadpool, right? But it's like Deadpool is kind of his humor is very adult, whereas Peter's is more like, yeah, everybody can laugh at this, laugh at him rather. His humor is terrible. He's got sweetheart humor. Okay, this makes her look like she's respectfully caked up. But it's more like she's leaning in this way, like he's pulling her in, right? So yeah, he is relatable. Oh man, you should have seen my stream on Monday. So everything went wrong in the first 10 minutes. And then I started like nervous laughter and making such weird quips to be like, hey, you know, awkward screaming. And then I thought, this is like the most relatable I'm ever gonna see him on stream, my god. Because everything went wrong. I'm so glad I wasn't on camera. I'm sure I turned like so many shades of red. This reminds me, somebody was talking about this online somewhere. They were talking about how vermilion doesn't sound like a red color. And it sounds like a green color. And I can never get that out of my mind. They also had a green color that feels like it should be a red color. Like the name doesn't match. It sounds super red. Well, in Portuguese it makes sense. Doesn't it? But I think it's like, it also kind of reminds me of like a lizard. I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's a lizard out there that has a name with a "er" in it, but that's... See? Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe this person just... I always find that interesting. The conversations around red and green, they're like, okay, but like, how do we know my red is your red? Are we looking at the same red? What if my red is not red to you? Armadillidium. Now that sounds like a chemical. What chemical? And then you just zoom in a microscope, and it's just armadillos. What? Sometimes I say things on the stream and I like imagine them and I'm like, what is going on? What's going on up here? Up in the noggin. Something's going on. I don't know. Let's try the hair. Whoop. Is it really an insect? I'm just thinking of armadillos. Dude. I'm gonna Google that. Let's Google. As long as it doesn't look like a spider, we're down. Spiders aren't even an insect, they're arachnids. Ooh, they have their own fancy. Oh, pill bugs! They also do look like armadillos when you think about it. Huh. Ah! Why are they called pill bugs? Well, they say family pill bugs, like the family of pill bugs. I do like the concept of it being an armadillo chemical, though. It absolutely... People just be coming up with names for things. I think they have that for one of, like... I think it's the cutest octopus in the world. They have, like, a really funny name for it. I think Japanese characters have really funny names. They're very literal. So it's like the same as like naming things in Latin. I think like Boku no Hero's characters or My Hero Academia, some of those characters, their names are just straight up what they are. Like one of them was like a electric lightning, and he literally, his power is electricity. Yeah, you're not wrong. Are you creative? I don't know. And people have been pointing out the difference between like the sub and dub version, where it's like, oh, it sounds so cool in Japanese, but as soon as you say it in English, don't translate it in English actually, just keep it the Japanese version, because it sounds so silly. I don't know which one it was. Ooh, let me see. Kind of, my automata is very aggressive. Oh, isn't it the one that's in like Nemo? Is it the one in Nemo? The one that has like, the cute little like, ear? How do they make this even? Oh, it looks like super like underwater. However, I don't want to cover too much of the wing. Who? Automod, listen, who is out here calling people Dumbo? The elephant? I always question that. The elephant is literally called Dumbo. I've never actually watched it. That was apparently a very trippy show to be watching. Or not show, movie to be watching as a kid. Doesn't the elephant get drunk? Don't want to cover the wing. Or make the wing taller. This is a pet peeve of mine whenever I see artists draw winged characters, but their wings are super tiny. And I'm like, that is not... It's okay if it's like, let's say like a fairy character and they have like 2 sets of wings, right? And I'm like, okay, alright. But then if it's like a human character, their wings are super tiny and there's no story behind why that's the case. Those wings are not lifting that person. They're not big enough. They're not strong enough. What is this? My Pinterest is just full of weird fantasy anatomy, specifically for wings. Do I have a winged original character? No, but for some reason, I find it very important to know how to draw things. Trying to find the right layer here. I found the layer, and then I lost the layer, and then I found the layer, you know. Ain't that just the way? The way... Ooh. I think until I add a color here, it's kind of hard to see this. Come on! Let me select the right layer. Don't fight me, Clip Studio. This skinnier, this thicker. Aren't they? If you like removed all the feathers on a wing, they are kind of freaky looking. I mean, again, bats. It's just like a hand. It really looks like a hand. There was something else in fantasy that I was like, oh, that's wild. Oh no, it's not. It's birds. Did you know, like, I don't know if it's all birds, but you can like literally, like if you pull up the bird's feathers, you can like see through them. They're like transparent. I don't know what kind of... Oh, dude. What kind of mods are they using? They're crazy. They're built crazy. Alright, your hair is here. I think one way to make it more like intense would be to lean... Or... Okay. Alright, I don't know how to explain. Lean back. Lean back. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know. I'm just gonna try and then... If we fail, we fail. Ooh. On, ma'am. Do some stuff. Because if you're tall, I don't know. Like if you're looking up at somebody tall, and you're also leaning in for a kiss, I would assume that you kind of fold a little bit. This would make me mad uncomfortable. I don't have back ability for this. Going outside in the cold, I'm already worried that I'm going to slip and hurt my back. However, let's assume this girl, she's wearing armor, she's got strength. She's got core strength. She can bend. However, now we've got... You think this girl can do Pilates? You think she's one of those matching set girls? Have you seen that? There's somebody on TikTok who's making like videos going like, I feel like it's an ad for something, but he's like, I'm not as strong as the matching set girls at Pilates. And no, Pilates is no joke. They're really strong. You were freaking out. You were a little bit. Alright. We got height confirmation. In that case, make her action order. Also, we went somewhere. We went on an adventure. I don't even know where the edge of the thing is. In high school, I'm not that short. I'm like, you know, the average height in Canada. Apparently it's like 5'4", 5'5". I'm that. I'm short enough where it's very hard to put things high on my booth at artist alleys. It's kind of hard for me to reach. But in high school though, I knew someone who was probably like 6'4" or something. Something really tall. So he's like a whole foot taller than me. And every time we would like walk somewhere that had like a crowd, and we were in high school, so there was often times during like, you know, a school hallway, there's background noise. We could not hear each other. That was crazy. I would literally have to yell to him with like my hands cupped around my hand, like my mouth, to to project my voice because bro could not hear me. This is something I always think about. But then I worked a job where everybody was really tall, and I've developed quite a loud voice. And I'm wondering now, maybe I have a really loud voice by the fact that I had to work with, I don't know what it is. This job, every manager I had for a period was over 6 foot. And I was like, dude. It was nice though, because every time I had to do something that was really high, because it was a very physical job, I'd be like, bro, help a sister out. I can't. I don't want to get a ladder. Can you just, Mr. Manager, can you just literally not even have to go on your tippy toes? Can you just literally just raise your arm half the way? Halfway, it will already be taller than what I can do. I used to get mad though, occasionally, because then some of my coworkers were also 6 feet, also tall. And then they would put things really high up. And then I'd be like, dude, did you think people are all tall? Ooh. We're drawing the characters from the Divines. It's on the corner right over here. I really like having this cursor. I can now point at it. Book character. It's gonna look cool. We're getting there. Just trust the if you're not trusting the process, you're not trusting me. Trust it, please. Just trust it. Imagine. Instead of this is a stick up, more like hands up, trust the process, please. I also have to trust it. If I have to trust it, you have to trust it. Thing. I'm gonna make sure that curved, but like not in a comfortable way. About her arm is like, yeah, trust it. Is the visioning? If you don't see the vision yet, put on some glasses. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I have to put on the glasses. I cannot draw without them. And by looking at the comments, they're on the screen. However, I don't know what you mean, so if I'm not responding, chances are I don't know how to reply. Rather, not comments, chat. If you're on YouTube, you actually can comment after the video is done. Which is really nice, because sometimes clients will... I saw it, but I wasn't there. He has no hand right now. Probably should give him. That's how you know the sketch is real rough. I'm not gonna draw the hand because I don't know if this is a pose, and if it's not the pose we pick, I'm not drawing the hand. You know, like I'm not. I can only have so much. It does. I'm working. I think if you're on Twitch, I believe it's in the tools section. I don't know. I added it. You can see the exact one that I'm using. The Quayon Canvas 13. So. It has like a visual display. It has buttons on the side too that I never use. Terrible about it. Terrible. Terrible. I think everybody knows that hands are hard for artists to draw at this point. I actually do have an iPad. I do draw on it for events. Hey, you're welcome. But then it's like my emergency backup product. I don't like drawing on the iPad, but it's actually my, what's it called? The POS system? The payment system? The payment operational system? Dude, I don't know. I just call it POS. So when I'm like pausing, not talking to customers, then probably I'm like, all right, and I draw on my iPad. But otherwise, I really don't like it. I don't like the glass feeling of the iPad. I know that they have like paper-like, But like, I think that's the brand. The version where you can like put like a screen protector where it feels more like paper. Like paper. But I don't want to deal with like the pen nib thing. Actually, I just changed my pen nib for my way on canvas. They gave me so many, but the thing is, like, it looked pretty much the same. I don't think it was that damaged, but I figured like, okay, it's been a year. I feel like I should probably change it. I don't remember the last time I changed it. Maybe it means time to change it. Maybe it's not like very textured and that's why it didn't wear down. But then, or maybe I'm just like a really light drawer. Apparently some people change it every year, some people change it every few months. I do use Apple. I don't think I've ever used Samsung, but it's because I have to use iCloud. Yeah. I used to have a Mac. It would have been a whole pain if I switched, I think. Except now I'm now using a PC, right, for drawing. Windows. When I was in university, though, they were saying I was so mad about this. I bought an MacBook Air because then I thought, oh, that's what they recommend because they said it had a better Retina display. And then later I went to university orientation and they said that if you're doing fashion design, they recommend you get a PC and not Apple product, not iOS. And I was so annoyed. I was like, dude, why didn't you tell me this before I went and bought it? What the heck? When the university deals were going on. Why did you, oh, they let me down so early. Orientation, I was already like, dude, that laptop was so expensive already. What do you mean? A rough time. But I kept that MacBook for a really long time. I think up until like 2020. No, I think I got a new one. I don't even remember, but I have it actually still. And I did art school with a MacBook. It was okay, but the PC's much stronger. Yeah, the thing is though, universities probably want a lot of money, but this would not have given the money. So I'm like, why didn't you just tell me? Dang. They were just really disorganized, I suppose. I do wonder, I think it's because maybe fashion design students do have to work with like different programs. We do used to have, like, we do have to use Adobe products because Adobe is still the industry standard. Honestly, it should not be. I used to be about it. Now I'm like, why is it so expensive? But I think the communication students, fashion communication, they do more like marketing style stuff and like visual stuff like magazines, things like that. Fashion design and communication are completely different jobs. So it made sense for the communication students to have things with better visual color accuracy than for the designers, because the designers are working with more like, I don't know what kind of text. For example, like I think we have like Autodesk, which is similar to like the 3D programs. And if you're using 3D programs, you probably don't want to do it on them. Don't do that. I tried. It's a whole headache. You have to get a whole thing to like simulate the PC. It will only work on PC. And I'm assuming they own the same like products. The same company. Like Autodesk owns 3ds Max, and I think they own, I don't even remember what it's called. Like pattern making software, things like that. It doesn't matter if it's visually correct, it's more like measurement based and things like that. Manga, I don't actually make manga. I draw manga style maybe. Above. As I say, and they scroll by, as some of them are quite mean. But I don't think I could ever write a book or something. I'm not a writer. Now, if somebody wants to write it, I think I would partner with somebody and do it, but not now. I don't have the time now. One day. If it was a partnership, I think it would make sense. Because I don't know, I guess this is a concept as well, like artists get commissioned, right? But I guess if you're a writer, you could also get commissioned as well. Right? I guess it's a concept. I don't know. I've never really thought about, like I kind of thought about it, but I suppose so. His hand looks weird. I'm probably gonna get 3 also. Not do it now because it looks very like boxy. His body has this also exaggerated like angle similar to her. Yeah. I feel like probably. I know that they have it for like, I don't know. Ooh, fanfic commissions. Now that's an interesting concept. I mean, I do have 2 original characters. They're up here above my head eventually. They're up there. But I don't plan on doing anything with them. I would like to do an art book with them. That maybe is like what I would do. I'd do like a set of illustrations telling their story a little bit. But like, I don't imagine having a really complicated story. Like I could tell you it in 2 paragraphs, I feel like. I actually haven't written. I was going through my notes and like, I wrote it down a while ago. But there would be no reason for me to write it. Also, even if making a manga actually takes a lot of effort, right? And I'm currently, my job is, my main income is commissions. And then after that is going to physical events with the art that's above me. I go in person. And then after that, I sell them online. So, you know, that's a lot to manage for one person. Maybe one day I'll have like an assistant, because artists can also have personal assistants, right? I know a lot of writers have PAs, and I've worked with a few, and I was like, dang. That's how I knew. I was like, dang, this is for real. I'm actually making money now. Because if I'm getting contacted by people who have money to afford an assistant, that's crazy. I'm not there yet at all. That's okay. Eventually, we'll get there. Right now, my husband is the unpaid assistant. This is the joke that we all have. The partner just gets a second job. Oh, I can believe it. I believe it. Also, that's so nice. Good for you. And that looks weird right now, but don't worry about it. It's fine. It's alright. You don't even see the hand. That's crazy. Hate when that happens. And I'm trying to experiment to make this more intense and like make it look like he's in the lead. I'm like making it more like leading her in. Also, I feel like this side of his body, his arm should be visible somewhere now because they're so close together. Or I have to lean him. See? Yeah. Yeah. Unpaid interns. Aw. But, you know, eventually, one day, it'll make sense. That is my dream, ultimately, to just make enough. I don't want to have like there's some artists who have like these really like big, like I really want to be well known and I want to do these events and things like that. I have a very small dream. It's like, I just want to make enough where I can have 2 days off a week. And I can pay my part of the, not rent, mortgage. That's all I want. I just want to be able to contribute. Thank you. I just want to be similar level. That's all I want. That's the dream, ain't it? And I think it's a pretty reasonable dream in 2026. Anybody above the age of 2025 knows this very, very well. In North America, at least. Goodness gracious. Canada, US, whichever. Rough right now. Yeah. There are some artists who are like really well known. And that freaks me out. Because they get, especially me, I've shown my face. I'm using a PNG tuber because I'm too lazy to show my face. But I have shown my face. It's really easy to find my face. That means you can recognize me in public. And I have been recognized at events. Not in public, just walking around. Thank God. I walk around looking like a gremlin. You know, sweatpants on, hair not done. Arguably, glasses not clean. 99% chance my glasses are definitely not clean. And going to walk into. Don't know. But I did go to an event, and this was pretty funny, where somebody who was also selling at the event said that they recognized me at another place. They were like, "Oh, I saw you shopping the other day," and I was like, "Oh, for real?" I thought it was really cute that they told me. It was really sweet, but I also was like, dude, I look crazy. I think I went out with my hair wet and I wore like a really weird outfit. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. They were really nice. I think they bought something from me too. They were really nice. Mortified though. I have been told by another artist who lives near me. Like we knew each other before we knew we were artists. And they were like, oh yeah, I've been recognized out in public. I was just outside. And somebody like stopped me and was like, oh, are you so-and-so? And I was like, what? Dude. So I am gonna have to talk to random people on the street. It comes all around. It comes back. I'm going to have to talk to strangers. I have heard that in North America, like in America, in the US, it is getting a little bit more tricky to sell at events. That's what I've heard. Like, I think it's a little bit more expensive to get into events, maybe. But then also in Canada, a lot of us, if you're near the border, so I'm in Ontario, so like, you know, where Toronto is, a lot of us travel, and a lot of Americans will travel to Canada, at least Ontario, for our big events. So we kind of share the same kind of like understanding experiences. It's getting more competitive. I think after COVID, which is unfortunately when I started taking this more seriously as well, even though I've been drawing for a long time, a lot of artists got really good really fast, and they became entrepreneurs, and they're starting to sell. And you can imagine there are so many more of us. And then the amount of tables at an event is like much higher, right? Or it's not much higher. They are getting higher actually, but the competition is getting higher, where it's like there's only 300 tables and then there's like 1,000 applicants or something. Quite tricky. I, in fact, have been rejected from a lot of events this year. And people have been asking me in my shorts, because they recognize I'm Canadian, they're like, oh, are you going to be at Toronto Comic Con, for example, which is a very big event. And I'm like, man, I would be there. But they rejected me because, well, you know, the competition is just too high, or it's sometimes not even rejection. Sometimes it's literally like luck. Like they do it by lottery. I have applied to the same convention 3 times in a row and I still haven't gotten in. I'm like, dude, what is going on? Bad luck. Really bad luck. Because I asked them, even. I fully asked them and was like, hey, why? At this point, why? And they said, no, it is really just... Fuck. You didn't do anything. There's nothing you could have controlled to avoid this. I'm gonna correct that hand later, but I'm gonna figure out this pose. Also, kind of forgot that, yeah, her wings are visible, right? that hand. Ooh. Yes, this is true. At some events, you can pick which table you have. Like, for example, you probably want either like a corner table, as you get the advantage of the edge of your table and also the front of your table. And also maybe you're like the first person to be seen, so you catch people's eyes. But I think, arguably, the first person, you know the concept of like when you go to a washroom stall? Maybe not in men's washrooms, but at least in women's washrooms. I think they did a study on this as well, where it's like you typically don't go to the first one, you go to the second one because nobody wants to get the first one. I don't know what that's about, but weird. So then actually the second one is the one that is more used. I think about this every time I go to the washroom in a public space, and then I skip the second one to go to the third one, and then I'm like, but what about people who know this fact? So then are all of us going to the third one? Are we split? Oh no. Overthinking the washroom dilemma. Hey man, this is like a toupee that's gone very wrong. Your head is not. I do think this kiss could be a little bit more correct. But this is also a thing of like, we could search up a reference later. I wanted it to be like hand peeking through the hair, but then also I'm realizing because of this wing, he wouldn't be able to put his hand there. Not easily, anyway. There's like an obstruction here. Okay. I thought maybe a more logical place, because originally this is what I was gonna do, and then I opted to not and try something different, was to put the other hand on the back. I don't know. Okay, let's draw it out. Muscle man. Also, I think his torso is actually supposed to be longer. Whoops. Showing off how I don't know anatomy. Does anybody? Does anybody though? It's true. It could be extended. But what I'm thinking, I think, is like, if let's say she has, well, not let's say, she does have two wings, right? Like, if she has another wing here, I don't think they would be like, if her back is like this, I don't think they would perfectly be straight, right? They'd be this matching her like scapula. And if he's trying to put his hand like here, even if her wing is not in the way, the back part here is still kind of like that's my thinking. I'm like, how is he going to... He cannot put his hand above it. And it... Well, he can, actually. It would just look really uncomfortable. Put his hand... Wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Putting it this way. Where does his hand go? That'd be really funny. Look, just... Ah. On the head. Little head pats. That's why I'm thinking maybe over. Anatomy is hard, man. Sometimes we just straight up break it. Artists just break it and they're just like, man, I can't figure that out. We're just gonna do it. If I'm looking at him, like, let's say they're like one on top of the other. He's here. He's here. We just don't see her head. He's here. What kind of rudimentary? What is? One hand is this way, because this makes sense. Because the wing is, well, maybe I drew it a little bit, like the wing should be up here. Arguably. Connected to something up here. I hope it's connected. Dang. And this hand, originally I was gonna do it like this, right? Where I was like, okay, alright. The alternative was to do like this, the other hand here. To do this would be just, I'm doing it myself and I'm like, dude, if I'm kissing someone and I put my hand above, that's just weird. That's a weird one. Also, he's bigger than her, so like technically his arms can go further, but then because he's leaned a little bit, like he's like here. Sorry, girl, just decapitated you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We don't have to talk about that. So this arm makes sense, like here, on the waist. This hand is beginning to look a lot like Christmas. It's no. I feel like we wouldn't be able to see this arm actually, because he's gonna be tilted. That means we only see the fingers over here. Weird. But like less of that. That's too much finger. I have done this pose before, I'm sure of it. Minus the kissing. I've done it. Not like directly this pose. I don't think it's ever like one for one. Actually, no, it has. In my own art, at least, I have seen it happen just by accident, and I'm like, dang, I just drew the same pose by accident. But this hand position, at least. There's only so many ways you can hold a woman. You know? Like, I'm sorry. Where do I put my hand? Okay, well, only so many places. Alright, I will 3D model this. Or find a reference. However, hand placement, I feel like that makes sense. Who knows? I don't think even doctors know. You ever see how like doctors have to Google things when you ask them questions? Maybe it is more. This art? Dude. What? There are only a few, like I'm not the greatest at anatomy, clearly. But there are a few anatomy issues that will always give me like that will irritate me, where it's like egregious. And honestly, I think it's just like head positioning. When it looks like that person should be dead because of their head positioning, that makes me really uncomfortable. I'm like, he's turned their head way too much. But when it comes to hands, I'm like, no, respect, I understand. That's hard. Who knows what hands look like, actually. I have them, don't know what they look like. No idea. When I look down to look at my hands, a blindfold appears and they're just gone. They're gone. I don't see them anymore. Disappeared. It's really ironic because like I'm looking at my hand the most. I just block it out, kind of like how you block out your nose. Oh, the neck though is like, that's so fair. Like, why is it neck muscles are so weird. And the fact that when we draw girls, most of the time, we kind of exclude them. At least like in anime, they don't really draw it. And then when... Hey, bot, I thought I got... I thought we had an agreement. The original cryptids. They do look freaky. If you look at them for long enough, they're weird looking, man. There's something else that I mentioned is really, really weird looking. Ears. Ears are really weird looking too. Also, have you heard the argument about like how humans are just built badly? Because like, why do we all have back pain? And why are we shrinking as we age like this? Think somebody should look into that. Somebody who has a degree. Not me. I don't have one of them. I do think my hand position was actually correct. What is happening here? What? Hey, man. We're gonna have to 3D model them. But 3D modeling a couple is hard because they don't actually interact with it. That's why I'm kind of like, let me try and figure it out. I'm doing my best. I also am the type of person who wants to fail first and then figure it out. Like, I want to do it badly and see what I don't know before I try and find the answer. But then that happens to me in video games, and then for like a really long time, I'm doing the same thing over and over again, and then my partner walks in and he's like, you know, you could just search up a guide. And then I search up a guide and it seems like something... And then I feel really, really dumb. I'm like, man, I just spent 3 hours on this. Oh man, 3 hours of my day off. Crazy. Who struggles? Alright, 3D model time? 3D model time. This is the time where I start seeming extra crazy because I start talking to the 3D. Why the floor appears. You just get rid of the floor. Alright. He seems to be the one who's more tricky. Why are you standing like that? Man? Hey! Where are you going? I'm trying to find the default pose thing. Where is the button? I can never remember, actually. Why are you the button? Why is this the button? I don't understand. You can't see the button, however, just understand that I'm like, what? It does not look like a default button. I don't know. What's everybody's opinions on 3D models? Some people think they're cheating. But did you not see me struggle for the last few minutes? I think they're not cheating. Man. It's like flashcards. Like, hey man, I don't remember the answer. Let me go search it. Let me go Google real quick. I did exaggerate his pose. So, like, this is not physically possible. Sorry to... Spoilers. Physically, you should not be able to do that. Not exactly. But, arm. I think so, too! I do think you can make it a crutch. If you use it all the time. But then I think if you do it this way, where you try and figure it out first and then you try it afterwards, then you're fine. But it can make your stuff really stiff if you don't use a different reference. You gotta get wild. You gotta break stuff. Holding an imaginary woman over here, that's what he's doing. Ah man, you and so many people on Valentine's Day. That's so mean. Rather, you and that person who splashed me in the car. That person was bitter about it. Am I assuming? Yes. Does it make me feel better? Yes. Therefore. Beep, 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 beep. Would you have your elbow closer to you, or would... I feel like you would have your elbow kind of... If you're reaching for somebody in front of you, it kind of... I keep having to do it, like, physically in order to figure it out. But your elbows would not naturally be close to your body. They kind of flare out. I think this is... Alright, man. Dick. Oops. Wee, wee, wee. Easily. Now imagining person in front. Alright. Just middle finger wants to go. Okay. Because she's further this way. He's leaning this. Maybe this way. Select. Oh, select. Select it. He's salsa dancing by himself right now. Alright, that's definitely... You gotta rotate it. Yeah, that's really incorrect. Huh? Huh? I don't know why this is, like, arguably more difficult to think about reference. But then when I search up a reference, I am reminded how difficult it is to find a reference. I'm like, oh, this very, very specific reference. Unless I'm, like, copying one for one a reference, I'm like, hey, this is really hard to find a reference. Unless I take a photo. And in a couple situations, that would require me setting up a tripod. And probably, if there's a height difference in the stream, probably getting a step stool. I don't know. Seems like a lot of steps involved. Maybe I should have kept some of those tall people, tall coworker people. I should have got their phone numbers specifically for cases like this. Called them up at like 3 a.m. Hey, so this is gonna be a weird ask, yeah? But can you like come over so I can take photos of us in this specific pose? Sends a screenshot. He's like, are you coming on to me? No. This sounds like a crazy pickup line, yeah? I bet no. No. Are you a bi elf? I'm not interested. No. Lord. Okay, I'm gonna get the other 3D model. I don't know how well this is gonna work. But I can. Okay, calm down. Hey, love gay rights, however, for height difference purposes and anatomy. I just need reference, man. You know how desperate I gotta be calling up some random man at 3 a.m. Hey, man. I don't want to ask for anybody's help, but help. Alright, see, this is my problem, where they're going to, like, be transparent on top of each other. There might be an actual way to do this. I haven't been using Clip Studio long enough to know. Oh. I don't really need to correct her pose all that much. It's just more like distance-wise. Like, how am I figuring this out? If she's this close, does that make sense? Yeah. You know what? I feel like it would work. Wait, did I tell you y'all this story? I told this story a long time ago, like a good while ago. But this was pretty funny, and this is very much like Toronto vibe. So when I was in fashion school, I had to do new drawing classes. You already know it's we're in for something. I'm a shy, straight out of high school student, you know? I'm shy. But I was pretty good at drawing even back then. I think I like had that kind of... I had actual skill regression. Some people talk about that. Whatever. No, I did, because I didn't draw for a really long time. But I was still like relatively decent at drawing. Still had some hand control. So this guy probably recognized that I really enjoyed drawing. It's on my face, aside from the fact that I really do not want to make eye contact with this man because the situation calls for it. But then he tried to talk to me afterwards. He's wearing clothes at this point, so I'm like, sure, fine. He's looking at my drawing. He's like, hey, gave me some art facts, some stuff about like, oh, you can find live drawing this other location. You should try it out. Probably a compliment. I was like, oh, nice. He thinks I'm good at drawing. End conversation. A few weeks later, I'm in Chinatown, Toronto, and I see him, and I don't understand how he recognized me. I know why I recognized him, yeah? Because, like, I looked at you for a long time. I looked at all of you for a long time. Whew. And he waved to me on the street, and I was like, this is too Canadian for me. I've seen things. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't remember what I did. I think I smiled and nodded. Like I did the yeah, you know? Yeah, that was the time where I was like, I gotta stop talking to him. I might need a pose for reference, but I don't need one that bad, dude. Where your clothes at? Like literally, please. He was a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm just like deeply uncomfortable with that. I've seen too much, and I. Oh man, that was a wild trip. Fun times, fun times. I haven't done live drawing in a really long time, but I've also heard that they have, I don't know where it is, but this has been advertised to me on like TikTok, which is interesting. I think it's an American place, to be honest. But America's huge, so I don't know where it is. Regardless, they have like cosplay live drawing. That seems really fun. Alright, well, I don't know where you, okay, ridiculous. I'm not gonna try and I'm just gonna, you know, your hand is there. Your hand needs to come over here, sir. Oh, sorry. Still a little bit off. I bet if I turn, I'm not gonna even do it because I don't want to know. If I turn the angle, they're like completely not even like in the right place. Ooh, I can believe it. But I think the ones that I did see, I think was like Hatsune Miku and like, I can't remember who else it was. Somebody in pink. Maybe it was Pink Hatsune. Probably no. I have no idea. But you know what is really difficult to draw though is Genshin. You heard it here. If anybody orders Genshin fan art from me, a commission, even though it's very rare to get any fan art thing. I think there's like some reading to do on that. I have no idea. I'm not sure about that. But that would count as complex. That's complex. Some people question. They're like, "Oh, what's complex when it comes to commissioning?" I'm like, "Have you seen a Genshin outfit? It's for things like that." That would be like, I'm gonna rack it up. It's too complicated. Way too. All right. I feel like my theory on making the arms and chest work made sense. Can I shrink y'all? Can I like? No? You just really can't separate the lovers. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna trace over. I don't know. He doesn't need to be here. Sorry. Love you. Can't have you here though. Gotta leave. Honestly, I don't really need the whole thing. I just can't understand this one arm, this one hand here. I feel like it's kind of... I didn't actually well, I did use 3D models, for sure. But I didn't use them like these. I think I used DAZ 3D, and they were a lot more realistic in proportion. These are closer to proportions. I think you can change it, but... No, I know you can change it, but they were even more like the face was fully there kind of situation, which was helpful for difficult angles. But using the program was kind of annoying. And I had to use it when I was using Photoshop because they didn't have a 3D model. Photoshop is not really a drawing program. It's just a lot of artists use Photoshop. Industry standard, once again. Shouldn't be. It's way too freaking expensive. I know the company pays for it if you work for a company, but like, if you're a student, why are we using it? I don't know. But if you go into like studying games or something, they're probably gonna get you to get it. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it is nowadays. I'm not going to use the traced hands. Like, this is like usually an emergency when I do that. It's like, I really, really cannot figure it out and it's taken way too long. Then I'll do it. But I'm actually tracing it because I cannot see what the heck is going on. Gray on gray. There's like a thing to outline it in the settings. You like this. And be gone. Yeah, be gone. I have to double check. Where are we? We're horizontal. I remember this one time I was streaming and then somebody got freaked out by the fact that I rotated the canvas and I was like, oh, you didn't know that you could do that? Yeah, it's trippy. But I definitely find that I need to rotate them. Woohoo, hands! Yeah. And I was right. I was not fully right. I like doing this. Like, I like drawing it first and then trying it with the 3D model and seeing like, how far off was I? Was I like really, really off? Do I need to update my software in here? Not like my brain software. All right, where are your green hands? Green hands? Meet green hands. Alright, I'ma do this. We can do this. I believe. As I freeze. Huh? Gonna break it down. Break it down. relatively close. I think the hand itself was close. I think the forearm position was off. But I think I'm getting there. I am slowly developing the prowess to draw hands with no reference. I had this one art teacher one time. Like I did digital art school because I was originally studying. I had a whole adventure. I did a lot of schooling. But I was studying to do game concept art. And that teacher could just straight up just start drawing hands. And I was like, dude, what? Huh? It's next level when you're like talking to a pro on how to do things. Which is why I love asking. I have this one really nerdy art friend. She's also an engineer, so she's like really smart. Just in general, she's a smart person. So she's also really good at explaining things. So I always ask her like, hey, I don't know how to fix this artwork. Can you give me your critique? Not all the time, but like if I'm really stuck, I'll ask her. I just contradicted myself. Shh, don't worry, it didn't happen. And she gets real nerdy with it. She brings out notes. She writes out notes. She shows me before and after. There was one time I was struggling with an artwork for a really long time, and I was like, it doesn't look finished, and I don't know what's wrong. She literally sent it back to me with it in grayscale and said, it's not your colors and it's not the amount of render. It's the fact that it has no contrast. I was like, dang, how'd you catch that so fast? What the heck is wrong with you? What kind of art demon are you? Love her. She's great. Start freaking out. Not at her art, but freaking out at her feedback. Oh my god, you're the goat. Jesus. Jeez Louise, man. Art gods, man. I love it. It's so handy. I also, the same art teacher, I do message in their, like, they have like a little Discord with their previous students. And other, you know, all their students are clearly studying art. You're always studying art. And I'll message and be like, hey, I don't know what's wrong. Can you fix? And then they also do the same thing. They break it down. They write so many notes. They're so nice. And they can tell it's because it's like, you genuinely want to learn. And you're nerdy too. We're all nerdy. It's true. To learn how to draw anything, you don't know anything until you try and draw it for real. This is my theory, and I think it's correct. I don't know what a bird looks like at all. And then I try and draw a bird, and then I'm like, oh my god. Why are they so weird looking, man? Two. I think this, especially when drawing people you know. Then all of a sudden you're like, I had no idea that you look like that until I drew you, and now I'm like, oh. Which is really nice if you draw somebody you love for the first time. Then you go, whoa, you're actually so pretty. I knew you were pretty, but I didn't know how pretty you were. Studying their face for like 2 hours. Wow. But then you could also like throw out things that are really funny as well. It's like, hey, did you know that you had like a mole right here? It's tiny. It's really, really small. But like, did you know? And they're like, no, I had no idea. Wow. Yeah, can you imagine? I'm telling you, we're picking up, there's even more. I feel like artists have some weird pickup lines. We have some weird pickup lines to have. And it's even funnier if you know the actual word for it too. It's like, wow, you're Philtrum? Out of this world, honey. Philtrum. Yeah, man. Philtrum. Dude, did you know that you had epicanthal folds? Did you know that they were called that? Well, now you do. I also do learn, like I mentioned this a bit because I love drawing portraits. I do love watching like plastic surgery talk, people talking about it, because also I learned like the terminology of things and how to balance people's faces, like our preferences, beauty preferences, things like that. And that's how I learned some weird ass words. I swore we're not gonna talk about it. Actually, I naturally do swear a lot. That's how you know it's getting late, if it can't catch it. The filter, oh my god! The filter or the filtrum? It's gone, I don't know. Blepharoplasty? Blepharoplasty? You know it's a really common surgery for K-pop stars. The double eyelid surgery. Blepharoplasty. Rhinoplasty? That one's funny. Like your nose is a rhino? Like rhinoceros? This is what these are the things. I totally drew this hand at the wrong angle. Getting like confused by the drawing, the hand that I drew and the other hand. Third evolution of Pokemon. There are some weird Pokemon right now. But then there are some really cute ones that I can't. Sylveon, top tier. Very, very cute Pokemon. You guys have favorite Pokemons? Mine's Eevee. You're the culprit. No, you're the culprit. Why did I draw you like that? Togepi! So cute! Thank you! It was necessary. This is a 3D model. This is 3D model. This is me figuring out what the heck is. I'm so sorry. I might be hungry because I saw roasted marshy and all I could think was mashed potatoes. I don't know why. Marshy is more like marshmallow, but I thought mashed potatoes? Am I hungry? Maybe I'm hungry. Wait, do they have food Pokemon? Do they have like food like Pokemon? Do they have a Pokemon that looks like croissant? They have like an ice cream one, right? Or is that like disturbing? Don't eat the Pokemon! Yeah, actually the development of conversation. Yeah, I'm just kind of hungry. Wait, do they have Pokemon? Food Pokemon? Ethics. The ethics are becoming... They're becoming very watery ethics here. Do you think they have an ice cream one? I haven't really watched Pokemon, but we were looking into it and talking about it. That reaction is the correct reaction to somebody saying, so I'm gonna go eat my Pokemon now. That's so messed up. That's diabolical, actually. That is not the correct response to being hungry. Oh, Roasted Marshy said legendary. You know what we were looking at? We were looking at legendary Pokemon, and we were like, they're not legendary anymore because there's too many of them. They cannot be legendary. You're not special if there's like a million of you at this point. This is just, goodness. Did I drink water? Ooh. Ooh. I can drink water. Good drink water. Water. To be honest, I have coffee in front of me, and I've also been drinking that at the slowest possible. It originally was iced coffee, and now it's lukewarm. I don't know. Maybe not lukewarm, it's slightly colder. Do y'all prefer iced coffee or hot coffee? Now that I think about it, when I went to Brazil, they never had cold coffee. Isn't that interesting? It's so hot over there, but like only hot coffee. Really. I drank some water! I drank it! I drank it! My hands are up. I drank it. I drank the water. Okay, let me zoom out so we can see what the hands look like. Let's fuse Frankenstein style. Okay, well, maybe not like that. Yes! Exactly. That's respectable. That's, you know, I've been drinking coffee since I was like 14. I think it was a Brazilian thing. I think it is. They just immediately were like, man, just drink some coffee. I mostly drink cold coffee. But I do drink hot coffee here and there. I like hot, well, especially when it's cold outside. Specifically if it's cold outside and I'm walking outside, then I don't want to hold an ice drink. But if I'm driving, I'm gonna get the cold coffee because like I'm gonna go into my house and my house has heating. Therefore. There was one time though, I was with my friend and we were really desperate to get coffee because that's how we live our lives. We're unfortunately caffeine addicts. And it was like raining like crazy outside. And we didn't know that this coffee place was closed for like a team meeting or something. And we went up to their drive-thru and we were like, we're here for coffee. Give us the coffee. They still gave it to us. Because we walked there in the rain. Please. Please. I love hot cocoa! Once again, Canadian. It's necessary. I had some, okay. And then I got a milk frother, so I tested it. I tested to see if it would be good. But then, I could, if I wanted, make mocha. Coffee and hot chocolate together. Alright. We did all that, and now the thumb gets... This hand I'm not so concerned with. It was more like hand positioning him. Is it perfect? I don't know. But it's pretty good. Wait. At some point the line colors changed. It's fine. I'll just move on with my life. Figure it out later. Yay, thank you. That's the only opinion that matters, to be real. The client's opinion. Yeah. I always fix things when painting anyway. So it's like, if it's not perfect, we'll get with cool effects and clothing, how can you tell? You know? Right? I don't think anybody was on Twitch to see the live notification, but for this one, I thought it was really funny. It was like, ooh, they kissing. That's what it said. Am I addicted to coffee? 100%. Yeah. I will get a headache if I don't drink it. Well, not every time. If I have like a streak of drinking coffee a lot, yeah. However, you want to know a fun fact, another fun fact. If you haven't noticed, by me talking, I do have ADHD. Thus, I do get distracted a lot and forget what I'm doing. I just think it's a fun, quirky, fun thing for streams. It just makes me jump topic to topic. It's great. However, it can be a little bit difficult to stay on track on things. And you know what people do when they have ADHD? You know what they do? They drink coffee. Did you know this? Did you know coffee is a stimulant? And so if you have ADHD, you drink coffee, you actually find it easier to focus. So me drinking coffee is literally my way of trying to be more effective at my job. It's not for me to stay awake. It won't actually help me stay awake. Sugar will though. But then I'll have a sugar crash, so that's not great. Caffeine doesn't really wake me up. Which is why I drink caffeine at like crazy times. It's just to keep me more able to do my job. I feel like a lot of creatives have it, you know? You knew it? Yeah. This is yeah. It's my lifestyle. This is just how I live my life. However, I have been drinking coffee for so long, and my parents gave it to me when I did like Saturday school, because I'd be so tired and find it really hard to wake up in the morning, because it's Saturday. Oh. And I probably was staying up late playing video games, you never know. I know. I was definitely hiding my DS under my bed, my pillows. In the bed, just, you know. What do you mean? I'm not gaming right now? What do you mean I have Saturday school? I have to wake up early. I don't... Whatever. Yeah, anyway, the point being, because I drank coffee for so long, I had no idea that it was actually doing anything. Because I was still tired. Alright, we gotta figure out this armor situation. This is the other thing that I gotta do. I think their pose is okay. Surprise. Was there a delay? I think they're gonna... There's armor 1, there's armor... Actually, her armor is different in each one. I just don't know which style was the most fitting for her. But I also changed the armor depending on the pose to flatter better. Like this one, the hand was more in focus, so like I gave the knuckle hand situation, and then the arm was overlapping, so I gave it that like elbow. I made the vambrace pop out. This part right here. This is another thing I feel like artists have to search up. If you draw a lot of armor, you start to... I think asking me to draw armor is pretty smart because I studied games, right? We want to draw armor. Found the right artist for this one. However, this one I made it a little bit funkier with the design, which I feel like in a fantasy setting is cool. But is it too much? Because it's going to be colorful. I like this one and this one. This one was very like streamlined, and it looked like more, maybe streamlined's not, but like it's more like a lot of the features were melded, so it looks a lot more clean, but it looks almost more modern that way. You know how like everything modern just becomes like less detailed? Think of a Tesla car. Like there's just less going on with the Tesla car versus like a fancy old-fashioned car. Sci-fi versus fantasy kind of. I'm gonna maybe meld these two together. I am not good at remembering armor, the armor pieces, the names. I'm gonna draw it roughly because we've been here. We've been in it. doing this outfit. All right. I love having the client in the stream so I can. However, I also want to make it like, oh, we're just watching it. Don't worry, don't chill. You can relax. You don't have to work. Because I always am like, oh, don't feel pressured. However, in this case, it's good. It's good to have. It's usually the clothes. I find Margot has shown up to quite a few of my streams. And then like, it's usually the clothes where I'm like, do they need a belt? Do they not need a belt? It's not like a deal breaker thing. It's more like, I'll give you the option later anyway. Since you're here. Since you're here. Let's play with it. Alright. I do think his outfit will look cute with the jacket in this one because his silhouette is not affected. So I'm gonna do this really roughly because unfortunately I cannot draw forever. I do have a time limit. Not because I don't love spending time with everyone. Not a social limit. However, an arm limit. My arm will fall off. Bionic style. It will just, you know. That's why I can't see them. That's why I have a blindfold on whenever I look down at my arms. I'm drawn for too long, they just pop right off. Aha. I did have like a really weird flare-up of my tendinitis recently. And ironically, I'm pretty sure it's from video gaming, not from drawing. But now, as soon as you like injure yourself or, you know, aggravate an injury, now everything you do gets affected. So once my arm gets tired, it's like, all right, that's it. You can't, like, you get your games taken away. Nope, no more for you. No more sugar for you. Yes, you do have to. I would say I cannot really show the example right now, but doing wrist stretches and elbow stretches and drawing from the shoulder as much as you can. It's kind of hard if you're on a tablet, right? But like, rather than doing, if you're doing like really intense line art, especially, you definitely take that. I was talking about this. I didn't injure myself from drawing, but it's the same thing where it's like, as soon as you get it, now everything you do that uses that area is going to cause it to flare up. In my case, it was just a really... I was playing Valorant. It's not even worth... What is that? What is that? It was not even worth the pain. What is that? You know what? I believe it. Especially if you're playing on a Switch. I was playing Hades for a long time, and Hades hurt my arms so bad that I was so addicted. It was rough, but that one was worth it. That I was actually making progress. Valorant, I'm just sucking. I'm just bad. So what's the point? I mean, there is a point to playing games aside from getting good at games. You don't have to be good at things to enjoy them. However, it did feel really dumb. It was one of those things of like, oh man, we failed. We can't end here. Let's play another game. It's like, no, just give up. Stop. It's just... Your arm hurts. Just stop. Don't be stupid. I do find that the Switch is not very ergonomic. And it does kind of hurt my arms very easily. But also because I need to like put it so close to my face because I don't like gaming with my glasses on. Nearsighted. So gotta end on a win. Yeah, but then the thing is you get caught in the trap, right? Where you're losing because you're tired. That's why you're losing. My first game is always, well, not my first, maybe like my third game is always better than like my 10th. This is something I haven't really talked about, but this is, my friend pointed this out because we were playing Valorant together. And I had never noticed that ADHD actually affects your gaming quite significantly. When it's like a multiplayer game and it's quite overwhelming and there's time pressure, I actually cannot catch things. Everybody will be like, wait, you saw the thing, but you missed it. And I'm like, I did not see it. You know why? Because there's too much happening. I can't focus anymore because I'm tired. The more tired I get while gaming, the worse I would get, like my focus would get. I could not catch things. So when, you know, that like pop-up that happens in video games where it's like, you've been gaming for a really long time, you should take a break. I need that because I won't be able to game properly. And it makes me mad because I just want to be able to do the thing. Especially if you're like stuck on a challenge. Valorant's not a good example of this, but like if it's like a puzzle game and you really want to figure it out and like you want to finish playing the game at like a satisfactory point, you're like, no, I'm just gonna get to the next save point, but the next save point is a puzzle away, and you can't figure out the puzzle because you're tired. Is this a relatable problem? But then yeah, that I feel like I end up playing for way longer because of that. So everyone, this also applies to my drawing. If you find that I forget to save, it's probably because I've been drawing for a really long time. My focus left. It's left the building. It's gone. And that is my theory as to why I keep forgetting to save lately. I think I just spread thin. Getting spread thin here. Focus is getting spread thin, I mean. I did see a thing though that I'm always like cautious whenever I mention ADHD because I don't want it to be like, yeah, this is my whole identity, y'all. But I did see a thing that it was saying like it's typical, it's very common for people who are creative with ADHD to end up doing their own business. Oh, so it's almost like becoming a writer, freelance artist. Oh, there's so many of us. I feel like I'm a type, you know? There's just a billion of us out there. I'm just a Pokemon. You can catch me. Categorize me. Oh god. Comes with struggles, comes with superpowers, I guess. I gotta search up this jacket. I'm like, what? What does this jacket look like? I knew, and then I feel like it's supposed to be. Oh, what type of jacket am I drawing? I originally was like, oh, it's a motorcycle jacket. Now I'm like, is it a motorcycle jacket? Is that what I'm drawing right now? I feel like if I'm drawing like a kind of punky character, that would be the jacket to use. But I did the thing again of making this too high up. Now this makes sense because this lines up with her hand. Kind of. Yeah, we love punk. I love punk. We love the punky character. I say with my PNG tuber and her lip piercing. Oh, you know, I think I have bias. A little bit. do like that. I feel like I don't like a lot of the characters that I draw are very magical fantasy, but they're not very punky most of the time. But I do really like punk aesthetic. Gotta blend them together, which is kind of what I did with my. Okay, all right. This part. Ah, right. I was thinking this looks weird. Why is it be a cuff? Typically zip it. This was correct though. Like we have that here. I love when I'm correct. Don't we love being right? Love being right. Hey. Actually, I probably won't add that information. Just this. Sometimes it's about distraction. And then, probably material-wise, I would make it actually look, or not look. Actually, because of the ability, maybe not. But I will hold it properly. Of course, Biels. It seems like it would be really late for you. I mean, I can't judge because I'm also. It's also like almost 2 a.m. here, but thank you so much for stopping by and for following. So nice to meet another Brazilian. Oh, fellow degenerate, we love, I love those people. Ciao, ciao. Goodness gracious. This is the only way I know how to sign off if you're Brazilian, by the way. That's it. Ciao, ciao. Thank you. Obrigada. Thank you. That's the right way to spell it, everyone. ECH. I don't understand. I don't understand why, but that is the correct way. I'm questioning it ever since I was a kid. Why does everybody else spell it CIA? Oh, what are we on? What are we doing? And that is why I studied some Spanish. I was like, no, I can't deal with it. I can't deal with this Portuguese. Why do we spell like this? Why is the N not like this and instead like this? What is this? Questioning it my whole life. Don't worry, I won't go on for a century. We're just drawing in the clothes. Because my arm does not like all this detailed work. And because I'm gonna be so real, forgot to do my Japanese homework, so I gotta do homework. Oh, it's hard being a multilingual person. Hard because I'm not one. And I'm trying. Trying my best. Actually, I'm gonna keep this here because I have a feeling I'm gonna have to move that hand slightly. Alright, armor. It's time. Duel. Maybe this in blue as well. Save? We should save. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna do the little neck piece here. There's like a borderline with women's armor, female armor. Sometimes they make it like super form-fitting in a way where I'm like, realistically that doesn't. But it does look cool. So I try to balance it. Sometimes video game armor, especially, is like crazy. Like what? Huh? That don't make sense. Kind of thing. anime hot girl logic, you know? Now at this point, this part is visible, but it wasn't. This part, I made it so like the shoulder, it makes sense how it's connected to the bottom part of the shoulder here. Like it's welded here, and then I have a little seam here that I can make a different color. Exactly, we want her to be cute, but survival? Maybe? Yeah, my biggest pet peeve with armor, and this happens in video games that I like as well, like Monster Hunter. Listen, it's just for the fit. It's really just for the fit. It makes no sense. Their full midriff is showing. Except the thing is with Monster Hunter, the good thing is men and women, like whichever body type you pick, they have the same option, so you can wear the more revealing outfit as the dude, and then I'm like, all right, I respect it. Now I'm fine. If I get to see male midriff and female midriff, I'm not mad. I don't care anymore. Equality. That's all I've been asking for. If you're gonna make her have to wear a mini skirt and tights as part of her armor, he better have the same freaking outfit. That outfit was the weirdest to me though. This tights, like lace tights and armor. Lace tights. Tights is one thing. Lace, it's gonna be like one fall and they're ripped. What are those tights made out of? It's a good game. It's a good game for sure. I played it on stream for a little bit. It is like the one game that I started to get into like Japanese role-playing games. I am gonna take like the other design and like apply it here, but for now I'm using this shape. Because this was the most armor-like shape. It made sense to me. Is it perfect? No, because I'm not a blacksmith. Ooh, hold on. That was pretty. I think in order to make this make sense, because like, if I think about it, if you're a woman, and at this time, she very well might be wearing a bra, because like, I don't know about the dimensions of this situation. However, if he's wearing modern clothes, I'm assuming she could wear a bra type under this. It would fit. But like, imagine if you were jumping and then there's like slight bit of movement, and like this was like perfectly formed to your that seems uncomfortable. If it was perfectly formed to your chest. No, I'm going to make it so that there's a little bit of maybe this is not a concern. Blacksmiths have figured this out. However, in my mind, we love having room for the chesticles. Chickle room. Quite literally. This side's shorter. I don't know if it matters, but it looks cuter to me, so that's what. That seems like a happy medium. I feel like modern clothes are a lot more comfortable versus this armor back then. Dang, sometimes I watch like medieval history things and I'm just like, dang. What? That's so uncomfortable. Speaking of this elbow situation, for example, is crazy, but it's necessary because it needs to be able to work while your hand is like extended, and it also needs to work when you bend your elbow. It's like actually formed as the bend. And now this part is just cool. Quite cool. You made it famous? That's wild. I don't need fame. That's wild. Here. This part is gonna make it stick out. It's the same thing as the elbow. I imagine if you like took this forearm brace off and like whipped it at somebody, it would really hurt somebody. I don't think you should be taking off your armor as a weapon, however. I mean, if the context fits, I guess we're throwing armor at you. Girl gets angry at boyfriend is wearing armor, throws armor instead of throwing shoe. Instead of chancla, throwing forearm band brace? Like, oh, that's nice. This stream is probably ending relatively. We've been streaming for quite a bit. I think it could be cool to make like patterns on the armor, but then depends on the effects. Might have shrunk her arm too. Ooh. Her hand might actually have to be up here. Where's your hand, ma'am? Thank you! Today I'm working on OMS. Usually I work on like merch? New stuff? I mean, commissions is still new stuff. It's just custom. I did not plan that. That just popped out. Thank you, bot. The timing is really funny. It can hear us. Oh my god, you complimented it? Here, take this. Not sly about it at all, bot. This arm, it looks so cool. I just drew it by accident. Now I'm trying to replicate it and I'm like, how did I do that? How did I draw that shape so cool? The heck? Well, anyway. The hand, I think I'm gonna have to look up a guide. Like, I'm gonna have to look up a reference. I don't remember how the finger armor works. It's like very intricate. Alright, and then at this point, I'm going to combine it with the other one, because I think I did the waist part different. This one here, right? Just gonna take the armor apart. For drawing poses less stiff, honestly, the best advice I've heard from people is to exaggerate like crazy. Like, it doesn't have to be perfectly realistic every time. You can push it a little bit. Don't push it so far it makes people uncomfortable, but push it far enough where it's like more dynamic, kind of like some anime. The frames might not like realistically make sense, but does it help in the storytelling? That's what you look at. Where did I just put my armor? Ah, here you are. For example, in this pose's case, we are working with, like, his waist is not realistic. It wouldn't work. But I exaggerated it to lean a little bit further. Her body is also unrealistic. Just a bit. I'm not saying, like, make the proportions unrealistic, but you can. You can play with them. But, exaggerating the overall, like, if they have a gesture line, the line of what they're, like, where their body is moving, like if their arm is up here, their shoulders here, exaggerate to make it flow. Ooh, this is also another thing that I changed, but I don't think I'll change it here because then it'll cover her. Actually, maybe I should. This shoulder. I don't know if I like it. But it definitely looks like armor there. So I'm combining one armor style with the other one. So I drew two different ones. Oop, maybe not. There is something to be said about drawing armor and having it match the character's personality. So, like, for this one, it's a romance scene, right? And I don't know if the character is, like, very feminine and frilly, considering she's in full armor. But since it's a romance scene, we're kind of implying it by making, like, a little hidden heart here. But not having it super over the top and, like, really, really obvious. But, like, subconsciously, people will look at it and be like, oh, that's a heart. And think, oh, this is a romantic scene. If they didn't catch that from the kiss already. I'm pretty sure it's... Here. See, I think it fits. I think that fits. Like, if you're kind of guarded in armor, but you're still like, you're opening up your heart, you have your heart in armor, hey. Artists are so literal. We're so literal. Oh, something happened. No, I don't think. I don't know. Oh, that was pretty. What happened? I don't know if y'all could hear that, or if OBS could hear that. However, I heard that music decided, no, occasionally does that. Yeah, I love. It's like, you know that saying with like writers where they're like, I think we made the curtains blue. I think she made the curtains blue to like symbolize sadness. Sometimes writers, maybe, sometimes I think about it, sometimes I don't. The artist probably. The artist probably was like, yeah, no, literally. This is, how else am I gonna do symbolism? No idea. But also, having this point can also make it, if I put things too pointy everywhere, then it makes her kind of look like a villain, almost. That's why I'm kind of trying to balance Okay, alright, because I considered putting it here instead, and then I was like, those look like fangs. That looks... not a villain character. Also, she's feminine still, so like, trying to add some curves here to match her. This looks like that's not what I'm trying to go for. I think there's no option but to go for this one because the other style will get covered. And then on the back, you can also have like... Actually, you won't see it. You won't see it. You won't be able to see it, so that's it. Here, I believe it's either I give the hand this, or if I give the wrist. I think it makes it's like the glove. Not really a glove, but you know what I mean. Hand thing. Wrist protection. He's not getting carpal tunnel. Here, I can continue this. I can also make it into chainmail. I don't know how far this can go. Because I think it'd be kind of weird for her to just have nothing. Nothing there. Definitely want her forearm. Okay. Maybe if I should round this. Probably. I'm looking at it now. I'm like, as long as it's rounded. Maybe? We were talking about armadillos earlier. Honestly, armor works like an armadillo. Or maybe it should be this way. Obviously I cannot give her like this piece because his hand is here, right? So alternative is make it like a corset piece. Use. "30-second explanation about color theory? Is that what you need?" Huh. What do I think about color theory? Warm light, cool shadows. Cool light, warm shadows. Boom. There you go. That's how I color. Oh, overlay layers. You good? Can't make a match. There's a little bit of color in all of them. They'll match. Ooh, here. There we go. For the other one, what did I do? This one I also did like a kind of layered armadillo situation. I think honestly this one probably would benefit from the one that I did in the second. She should have a belt in order to make that connect though. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, sir. You're gonna have to grab her at the belt. Maybe not. Ooh, wrong. Thinking. I feel like most of them would have belts. Trying to figure out this piece right here. And just make it really close to her body so her hands. This like a peplum. I'm gonna Google it. Women's armor, help. Can't remember what happens right here. Ooh, that's also a good point. Could have some. Opening. This. Could also have this part middle. That probably works better. This should be covering. Are we just out here having our butts exposed? I don't think so. Like, pretty sure you have some armor back here as well. It's been a second. Like mimicking this part here. Death by death butt stab. You're like more likely to get an arrow in the butt, yeah? Ooh. Full of Shrek. I have referenced Shrek twice today. I don't know, maybe, I think my mind is just thinking about Shrek. Honestly, who isn't thinking about Shrek? Hand armor, real quick. So intricate every time. These blacksmiths were working overtime. If we could have made this sharp. They have rings that are like armored style, which are really cool. I think Vivian Westwood has it. Very fancy. In order to not kill my baby, this one solid piece. Because this is art. And we won't be able to see it from that far. Also, I drew this knuckle in the wrong place. That's... Or did I? Yeah, I totally... What the heck? How did I do that? Man, what? What you doing? Right here. There we go. Now this is the fancy part. And I can't, I don't know, this is just me, but I can't draw things while looking at them like from the opposite direction. If I'm looking at a reference and it's upside down, I'm like, what? I don't have the the ability to understand shape that well. Some people can flip things. Ooh, my friend has those, the sword earrings. Like the ones that like go through and it looks like a sword going through your ear. They're so cool looking. They have one version that I think if you have like a industrial piercing or like I don't remember what it's called. Maybe it is this straight up called orbital. But like when there is 2 piercings in one piece of jewelry, there's like a sword that can go through the whole ear, which is long enough. Love that kind of thing. It's not like my style, so I'm like I can't rationalize myself doing it. But I look at it and I go, oh, it's so cool. Also, have you seen the photo of that lesbian wedding where both of them are, one of them is wearing a black wedding dress, one of them is wearing a white wedding dress, and they're both wearing like they're wielding swords? I love those photos, they're so cool. Saw them on Pinterest and I was like, dude, somebody needs to do that for their wedding. Somebody else needs to. No, I mean, somebody clearly did, but somebody else needs to take this as inspiration because I need more of it. It's amazing. They're so cool. And I think even their dresses, like the white dress had a little bit of black and the black dress had a little bit of like white gradient. It looks so cool. I was like, dang, y'all, the aesthetic. Oh, so cool. I don't know, there's something about like mixing like the feminine soft fabrics, women's ball gown type thing, and armor. Oh, so good. I guess we're also doing it here. Soft curves with armor. I don't think I very rarely have ever drawn men in armor. I think I definitely have done it, but like most of the time, like if I was designing a character, it would be women. I don't know what that says about me, but that's just what happened. That's just what happened. When I drew like new characters for men, they typically were like, I don't know, nomad types or more modern clothes. They weren't wearing armor. So I guess I like women's armor. I don't know. Alright, this is not perfect, but when I paint it, it will be, okay? You know? Oh, maybe not perfect. Hello! Oh, it's pink! Okay, let's look at it. Let's look at it! I'll also do it here. Okay, alright, let's get rid of this one. He's got a shirt. Ah, see, I knew it. I knew that the hand would move, kind of, and like... Anyway. Let's bring back lines. He's not wearing pants, I just realized. Well, sir. I don't think you can leave the establishment. Right, Chaperone! He does, like... That is her whole, like, aesthetic, the Joan of Arc vibe. Oh. Apparently she's the character who's being added to Fortnite right now. We were talking about it the other day. We were like, wait, which character? Who's getting added? Like, what pop culture thing is added to Fortnite? And I saw it on the thing and I was like, oh, of course. She's like in armor and everything. Amazing. Alright, we're clearly not going to be able to see most of this, so I'm just going to be like, yeah, black pants. Okay. It's going to probably be dark enough where it's like, oh. Usually I make the bottom of the characters darker anyway. This one. Okay. Now we do the little reveal-y thing. Where I can see them in their clothes. And then everything else, part of the next update. Yeah. I saw a thing where like some artists didn't update their client online. They were talking about it, and I guess the client was too shy to say anything. I get it. Also the type of person who doesn't want to send the food back. But all I could think was like, dang. It's actually more work for the artist if they don't send it back. Because one, if there's like a thing that they need to fix, oh my god, it's so much work to fix after the fact, which is why there's a cost. But if you didn't give them a heads up, then you can't really charge them. But also like that means you just went in on it. Like I need to actually take drawings in stages, so it just makes sense to be like, hey, I need a few days. You look at it for a second. Here, can you watch my kid? The kid being the artwork. Watch my kid. I'll be back. And then I can work on something else, and I'd be like, oh, cool. Even if it's like a few hours, I'm like, here. Because then it makes sense for the client to be like, yeah, I'll wait a few minutes. A few days or whatever, because you were waiting for my feedback. That's fine. Yeah, well, actually, most of my clients are pretty fast at giving feedback, which is really sweet. But some of them take like a week, which is fair too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think it's common practice to do that, to give like a feedback stage. But like for the artist as well, like, what? You don't pause? You just go? Hey man, are you also a crazy gamer like me and you don't pause? Just blink, my man, blink! Well, to be fair, some artists are really, like, insanely fast, so they don't need to take them. They, like, finish it in 2 hours. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, we can't all be blessed. Calm down. Goodness. That's me with portraits. I'm like, maybe. Hours? For a client, though? I don't think so. Not in 2 hours. For myself, though? Yeah. For myself, I can work speedy miracles because it's necessary. I just realized her armor probably needs an opening for these wings. Well, we don't see her from the back. Not really. So, you just imagine that. There's an opening for those wings. I do think that they're a little bit there a little bit because I changed her body. I do think that this is actually. I think I was saying that I was gonna do it and then I forgot. It's implied. I think we can assume that it's like over here. A huge brush over. Also, why is it white? You know what? I don't know. It's like over here somewhere. You know it's there. Yay! This is a good checkpoint, I think. This is a hey, you should save. You should, oh my god, save. Save. Do you see the icon? You can see the icon actually. Well, you can't see it now because I saved, but it actually says up here when I do save. Woohoo! Okay, I'm gonna go over it and do my whole spiel at the end to show what we did today, because it was an extra long stream today, because to be honest, today I was like super anxious to get started and I didn't want to start drawing today. It's one of those things of like, oh, if I start, then I can do it, but just starting was hard. Thank you! Yay! Your opinion is literally the only one that matters. Literally. Alright. First one we started on, you can see their name up here. If it's also in the description over on YouTube. First one we started on was Margot's kind of enemies to lovers situation over here. We figured out their poses and the colors kind of roughly. Most of the time was spent on the face. Actually, I think this one, I spent the most time on because it's at a stage where it's not sketch anymore. More like we're approaching paint stage. Then we came to this one. This one, I was still figuring out the pose. With client Melanie asked for me to play with the face, but we keep the backup just in case because we're not sure. But it's more like she's surprised at him. This is kind of tricky to do, I feel like, in line art. But her face does make sense here. But this one I feel like has more emotion because you can see her eyebrow raise. This one is kind of hard to raise your eyebrows when you're already looking up because your eyebrows are already raised. Unless I fake it, right? And then of course, we did this one. We changed up the pose and then we did the armor and clothes and all that. And I yapped a lot, so was I the most efficient? It's fine, it got done. I'm gonna put these all together and then we can compare the beginning and the end of this one. I lied. Here's, not do that. Can I not do this? Will you not allow me to put you... Can I not put a folder within... I can. But... Studio. What is this? Yay! Thank you for watching! I haven't been streaming commissions that much lately because I feel like most people enjoy watching the process of like, you know, new merch because it's like start to finish almost. They get to see the whole thing. Whereas with clients I have to pause, right? But it's still really fun to do. This was an extra fun one. Everybody gave me, all my clients are so nice. Everybody gave me permission to stream it, which is amazing. So I got to do like a 3-in-1, which was really fun. And also two of the authors showed up in the chat. That's so nice. But when we started this, we were over here, basically. This is the first one, and then this is after. We like combined 1 and 2 and 3, kind of. Can we look at them next to each other? I lied, her hair just disappeared with it. Okay, cool. Yeah. Wait, there is a way to do this. Wait. Hold on. Not that it's that important, but the fact that I couldn't figure out makes me feel like I should do this a lot. Kind of. Yeah! Oh, the original version, he's not wearing the jacket. So we actually changed it quite a bit. Woohoo! Alright, it's time for me to do other work. No more drawing for today because my arm cannot take it. Thank you so much for watching. It was a really fun time. Everyone, Get some good rest.